finding the voiceless, the wrongly accused, facing the fall whose motives are abused. In the courtroom battlefield, they'll stand tall, unveiling corruption. They'll conquer it all against the prosecutor's wrath. Words like weapons cutting like a path, challenging the system that's filled with lies, seeking truth with justice in their eyes.
You cannot make this up. If this was a movie script sent to Hollywood or Dollywood or Bollywood, it would have been rejected, because this is so unexplainable, absolute. Yeah, I'm having a hard time getting funny snark out of this. And I've said so many times that this case is infuriating me. And now today, the missing file of Detective Gaither magically reappears. You can't make this crap up. You cannot make this crap up. The DA's claim is that we didn't realize it was Detective Gaither's. Well, we will watch this. But then they realized it was Detective Sergeant Gaither's, and you still didn't disclose it to the defense, even after, back in April, they asserted to Judge Glanville, this does not exist. He told them, go down there and physically look for it. Physically. And since April 29th, I believe, they have not been able to find it until recently. And they still didn't disclose. Oh, hey, surprise, found it. And tried to sneak it in. Miss Love can't help herself. She really, really cannot help herself. She has to be a, yeah. Let's just watch it. Let's see here. Bum bum bum. Yeah. I don't care about the first. I'm just the final minutes of the direct examination this morning. Whatever she said before that, I have no interest in whatsoever, because here we go with yet another Brady violation. Let's go there.
Exchange. They're being truthful or not is
okay. This I can. Detective Gaither, Atlanta PD's most incompetent cop, made a remark to the jury, which she wasn't allowed to. So here comes the judge. So we take it from there.
It was not appropriate for you to comment. the truthfulness of any of the people you were interviewing. Don't do that again. Okay, all right.
And Your Honor, just for the record, we discussed it as well, and I explained that if I say corroborate or indicate. I'm loud enough.
And yeah,
Just for the record, I did speak with Sergeant Gaither as well and explained that when I asked for indicators or corroboration, just to speak objectively of indicators or corroborators and not comment on truthfulness or believability. We had that conversation as well.
Okay.
neither is she,
All right, jury.
Yes.
neither Ms. Love, nor Detective Gaither can help themselves. Good morning, Steve Keith. Good morning, Jessica, Gwendolyn, Vicky Hatt, Jersey Jan, Casper, Chasing Endel, and the rest of you who are here. I wasn't planning on going live with this. I was expecting to be up here at 5:30, late. But yeah. Oh, thank you, Steve Keith. Thank you. Right out of the gate, Steve Keith gifted 5 memberships. Nice. Oh, we are. I have to make the banner. New members today. 5. There. Got my banner up. You gave it to Chasing Endel, More Daily, Mom Spaghetti, Natasha Roberge, Spiritual War Exposed. Congratulations, you now have access to all my members-only content and your own emojis here on YouTube, and you have access to my Discord. Thank you so much, Steve Keith. Thank you. Very, very sweet of you. All right, let's move on with this.
I'll jury bring the counsel, Judge.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I need
Christine,
to instruct you all.
go right
that this
ahead, go right ahead.
witness's opinion, and frankly, any witness's opinion of anybody else's veracity, that is whether they're being truthful or not, is entirely irrelevant. It's frankly inappropriate. Strike that from your minds. It is entirely up to you, the jury, to determine the credibility of any and all witnesses.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Gaither, without stating your opinion about anybody's truthfulness, would you please tell the jury whether or not you saw any indicator that during your interview that Quindarius Zachary came in to get one person in trouble and to spare Montunk, Demikian, and Woody? Any objective indicator?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation bolster.
Sustained.
She just told you that. Jesus
Did you
Christ, Islam.
consider, or did you take from Quindarius Zachary the information that he gave to you about Montunk, Demikian, Shannon, as incriminating, or did you understand it, or did it sort of get them out of situations that you thought they were responsible for?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled.
It was incriminating.
As to all three?
Yes.
That's the same thing. Were they in order for that to be incriminating, she has to testify to the credibility of the person she's interviewing. It's the same damn thing.
When you talk to Mr. Zachary and he encouraged you after Detective Thorpe got in the room to talk to Bushi, she knows. Did you know who Bushi was?
Yes.
Did you know her real name, her given name?
At the time, I believe I did.
Did you make any effort to go out and interview Bushi as it related to the Donovan Thomas murder?
No.
And why not?
It seemed relevant for Investigator Thorpe to interview her, seeing that he was the lead detective on the Donovan Thomas murder.
And do you know or have any information about whether anyone after Detective Thorpe may have interviewed this person?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Sustained.
All right. When you got information from Mr. Zachary about the 1428 Adele Avenue and 1903 Drew Drive shootings, what people did you take out warrants for? Do you recall?
After his interview,
After, okay, before or after? Who did you take out warrants for the Adele Drive shooting?
Quindarius Zachary, Antonio Sledge, and Demikion Garlington.
Did either of those people at any time during this incident, to your knowledge, have dreads? Either of the three you took out warrants for?
No, they didn't.
Given that those aren't the only three people, and you said after the interview, you questioned me just now, you said after the interview. Did you take out these warrants before or after your interview with Quindarius Zachary?
They were before.
Okay. And after the interview with Quindarius Zachary, did you take out any more warrants?
I didn't.
Why after?
Yes, Christine, I don't mind you live streaming from my channel because you need your subscribers. Now, for you, this I don't do usually, but Christine has been here since the start, and she has a little channel of her own. So this is my personal approval for just her. If you want to do it, you have to earn the trust I have in Christine.
Your interview with Quindarius Zachary, didn't you take out warrants for Ali Caldwell?
Mm-hmm.
Ali Caldwell, for instance. What was going on?
I didn't have any corroborating information to do so. I tried locating a telephone number for him. To my knowledge, there wasn't an eyewitness that can identify him outside of Quindarius saying that he was there. You know, I didn't have anything else to go on to corroborate what Quindarius stated.
Now, when you say that you didn't, is that the way that, explain why that meant something for you as an investigator? For you personally, not any other entity or any other person, just you.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. What about Tay? Did you want more information about Tay's
Objection, Your Honor.
involvement?
Leading.
Overruled.
Did you want more information about Tay's involvement before you took out a warrant for Tay?
I did.
Did you want more information about Shannon's involvement before you took out a warrant for Shannon?
I did.
I feel like I missed somebody. But
Traydon.
Traydon, did you want more information about Traydon's involvement?
Yes.
After your investigation of the Adele Drive shooting, did you cease or stop investigating the back and forth between YSL and If Gang or any other group?
Did it cease?
Yes, did you stop? Or did you
No.
continue looking into other incidents?
No, it was definitely more incidents after.
Okay. And were you responsible for, or were you assisting in investigating those incidents as well?
Yes.
Was 2015 in terms of gang activity?
Relevant. Prejudicial and forward.
Excuse me.
Sustained.
Thank you.
I mean, I don't
Bless
know
you.
exactly what the question's going to be, but
I'll say the question and the court can make the decision based on the actual question. Was the activity you saw in 2015 that you considered part of this retaliatory shooting, was that more or less activity that you saw in either 2014 or 2016?
overruled.
I'll give,
Lay a foundation.
were you a gang investigator with APD in 2014?
Yes.
Were you a gang investigator with APD in 2016?
I was promoted in March of 2016.
Were you with the Atlanta Police Department still in 2016?
Yes.
All right. Are you able to tell the jury about your observations of the number of gang incidents or shooting incidents involving gangs in 2014 and 2016 as it related to the Atlanta Police Department?
An exact number?
No, just, are you able to talk about your observations of the amount of gang activity as it related to shootings
Mhm.
in 2014?
Your Honor, again, now that we've heard the question, I'm going to object to relevance.
Ms. Love, maybe ask a different question.
Was the amount of gang activity that you investigated during the 2015 period where you were looking at YSL and If Gang, was that a usual number of gang-related shootings for you as an investigator?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance. It's the same question.
Sustained.
Now, when you were talking to Mr. Zachary and pictures were placed before him during the conversation about the Donovan Thomas murder, when Mr. Zachary indicated that he saw, or that Yak was the person he was looking at, do you remember he asked, was YEK, or somebody said YEK?
Yes,
Who was that a picture of?
Mr. Diamante Kendricks.
Okay. And when he indicated Shannon and said, is it SHANON, who was he looking at a picture of?
Shannon Jackson.
All right. And when he indicated Nard, who was he looking at a picture of?
Demise McMillan.
And when he indicated Dua, who was he indicating, or who was he looking at a picture of?
Justin Cobb.
All right. When you spoke about wanting to, when you spoke about the Browns Mill Road shooting and the surveillance from the sit-go that was shown to Mr. Zachary, do you remember him saying something like, I don't know nothing about that incident?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall the reason why you had him identify who he believed with any amount of certainty was a person, Nard? Do you recall why you had him to do that?
To get more corroborating information. That case we were still in the process of working it until we tried to get everyone identified and charged accordingly. We knew that he was involved with YSL members, and we.
I can, no. Did you have information, or were you working on leads as it related to a Nard?
Yes.
The Browns Mill Road shooting?
Yes.
All right. And I think I asked you whether you knew who Nard was at the time that Mr. Zachary signed that piece of paper showing Nard.
Correct.
And am I correct that at the time you hadn't yet identified him, or you had and were still trying to confirm?
I believe I had his name. We were trying to confirm if he was the person in the surveillance video.
Now, when you said something like, did I hear you say Big Nose Nard that had been charged with kidnapping? Did I hear you say something like that during the interview?
I believe Quindarius said that.
Okay. And did you have information that Demise McMullen had been arrested for kidnapping?
Yes.
Did you pull that report, that incident report?
Yes.
And did you also, during your investigation, obtain a phone number for Demise McMullen?
Here we go.
Or Nard?
Yes.
Here we go.
And was that number 404-217-6?
We need from the documents, evidence.
Your Honor, I'm asking a question.
Sustained.
Do you recall the number that you obtained for Demise McMullen?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Would seeing, first of all, did you keep a file for that case?
The kidnapping case?
Not the kidnapping case, but for the Browns Mill Road shooting case.
I did.
And did you have that file after you left the Atlanta Police Department?
No.
What did you do with that file?
I left it with the Atlanta Police Department in a file cabinet.
In a file cabinet?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe what that file looked like, if you can, to the jury.
It's approximately what, 7, 8 inches thick. It was reddish brown file folder binder. Had clips
Remember her description of that folder and the size of that file.
in it with a bunch of paperwork.
Did, did you look at with the state, any such file before coming here right now?
Did I look at it? Yes.
Okay. And did you recognize that to be the file that you
Yes.
kept? Okay. Which showing you,
Remember that exact question. Let's play it again. Remember what she
with
says here.
the state, any such file before coming here right now?
Did I look at
It's not as important what she says about this file. It is what she doesn't. That's important later.
it? Yes.
Okay. And did you recognize that to be the file that you
Yes.
kept? Okay. Which showing you,
Did you
A portion of
recognize that to be the file? And she answers yes. Remember this.
that file, refresh your memory as to what phone number that you had.
Your Honor, may we approach?
And here we go. This is when the defense realizes that Miss Love found the file or found parts of the file or whatever. And here, I'm going to spoil this a bit. Remember, she asked, is this that file? And Gaither said yes. This is false testimony because that file clearly says copy. So it's not her file. It is a copy of a file. And we later find out that it's not the entirety of a file. There are things in this file that she has nothing to do with. That tells me, folks, that somebody in the DA's office at one point in time had this file, took away and added things from it. The district attorney's office have had this file all along, the entirety of that file. And I don't care if Miss Love says she didn't realize it until this week, last week, I don't care. Her not realizing does not relieve the prosecution from the responsibility to hand it over. And it even had Miss Gaither's signature on it. And they still didn't identify it as such for the defense. They claimed in court since April that this specific file did not exist. And this is so infuriating. This is Brady-violation number, I don't know. And yes, sidebar counter 284. Yeah, my apologies. I can't do the sidebar counter thingy with any heart in it at the moment.
Be back at 1, an early and long lunch.
All right, well, Jerry.
Hi, Snivels. Take a wild guess, Dave, if this Brady violation became the mistrial. Yes, this is prosecutorial misconduct. Remember, take aside that this file has been in the possession of the district attorney's office for years, and they didn't say, okay, let's make it okay that they didn't realize until recently, oh, this is Gaither's, whoopsie. They have a court order from the judge, this judge, before you call the witness, every piece of evidence you are trying to enter through this witness, you have to disclose to the defense. Even if it is in discovery, you have to identify it. And they didn't. They violated a direct court order. And in my opinion, Brady-violation.
You- Your Honor,
You're just going to put it back in the condition it was in just a minute ago and then permit them to look at it?
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
before we ask Investigator Gaither any questions, I would ask the court to inquire of the state when they received this file and how they received this file, because we're completely in the blind.
Okay.
We went over to the Atlanta Police Department.
When?
Yeah. Remember, this is the file the prosecution in front of Judge Glanville said, we don't have it. And now, since they made a sudden realization, oh, we sent it in discovery in 2022. That doesn't matter. This discovery is terabyte after terabyte after terabyte long. Big. She has to identify to the defense what piece of evidence they're going to use.
Obviously,
Is your mic on?
Yes, Nivels. Orders are really just suggestions for love that she can ignore, and she ignored it
Just
again.
before we served, I think we called it complete case files from Operation Planners incident. This is where we got this one, the other ones that were included in that discovery tranche from the Atlanta Police Department. That's where they came from. The one titled Complete Case Files of 2015 Operation Planners. If the court will allow me, I will ask our legal assistants to give me the date that we served the file called Complete Case Files of Operation Planners.
Okay, and so the contents of that file were served whenever that was?
Yes.
All right, what led you to suddenly ask Detective Gaither if this was her file?
As I was looking through for a particular number, I was trying to find both that photograph where Mr. Zachary had signed.
So here she discloses that she is trying the case. She's finding evidence as she goes along. She has no plan whatsoever going forward. No plan. And this is pure incompetence. Pure incompetence.
515 Nard on the Browns Mill Road photograph. So I was looking for that. And I was just looking through everything that we had. And in looking through it, because I knew I'd seen it somewhere, I found it in this particular file folder. And looking at it, I initially I'll show the court what I was about to show.
Well, why don't you put it back together? And I know we're asking you to do several things at once. So how about put it back together and then you can finish your answer.
Yeah. Hold this. The one that is called Operation Planners Complete Case File. That's what this is.
Yeah, so this is,
Yeah. Okay, now you can finish your answer as to why this suddenly seemed like it might be Sergeant Gaither's file.
yeah. I and it might be true that Miss Love didn't realize it until someday recently. I don't care. It does not matter. You have a responsibility, a candor to court, under court order, to hand things over, to identify the evidence file you are planning to use. And she didn't do that in violation of a direct court order again.
Did you pull up discovery? And I'm pulling up as well the discovery that has been served.
It doesn't matter if you
Let
serve
somebody
it in
else do that.
discovery.
Okay, someone else is pulling up. So anyway, Your Honor, as I said, I was in trying to, when we were getting ready for Mr. Zachary, actually, I think it may have been another witness, Mr. Murphy.
So she has known about the missing file since Murphy? That's a long ass time. That's deliberate. You deliberately hid from the defense that you found Miss Gaither's or parts of Miss Gaither's report.
But I remember seeing somebody's handwriting on a picture of someone at the Browns Mill Road gas station, the Citgo. So as I was looking for that, I started looking for, I said, I remember somebody's signature being on it. I don't remember if I thought it was Mr. Zachary or whomever. In either event, I found this particular, the one that we've entered as, anyway, the one that Mr. Zachary signed. On 8/5/15. I found that and pulled it out and just started looking at it. I didn't know whose file it was. And in fact, I sent a text message to Detective Dennis on a particular date, asking him, whose writing is this, on Thursday of last week. And it was a portion of this file that contained a report about Demise McMullen and a kidnapping. And it had Demise Nard McMullins. So I asked Dennis, whose writing is this? And let's see, I don't see where he wrote me back. But while I was in the back just now, I asked Sergeant Gaither, whose writing is this? And she said, I think I asked her in the, like, whose writing is this? And I don't remember whether she said it was hers or Dennis's, but I asked her if this looks like her file. And she said, that looks like my file, what's in it? And I said, here. And I showed her what was in it, the stuff that they were looking at, that I was looking at. And she said, it looks like my file. And so I came out here and that's what I asked her. I asked her, did she see that? Did I show her? Did she see it? Does it look like her file? And she's answered the way that the court is aware. And we're looking at the discovery that we served, and Mr. Atkins is telling me that we served that in 2022. So I was, well, wait, we're confirming. I'll take that back. We're confirming when it was served. But I know that we provided this information because after I saw that, I went and looked up.
When were the discussions about whether Sergeant Gaither's file existed or was destroyed in the hack or whatever? When did those occur? Before or after that discovery was served?
After.
I think after, but yeah, but I don't think, I know for a fact that this, whatever was discussed, like when I looked through that file, I don't see in that file either anything that was like
Actually
the copy.
indicates that it's, I mean, I didn't either in my quick cursory review of it. In fact, there are some reports from other investigators and I don't see any handwritten notes or anything like that. But so I mean, I guess, did you recall at this time that what everybody previously thought was that or Sergeant Gaither's file no longer existed?
Did she recall or did I recall?
Did you recall? When you went and asked her, hey, is this your file?
No, oh.
You didn't remember that? Did you remember that? I mean, when she was like, yeah, that might be my file, were you like, huh, so it actually exists after all? Or were you like, not even remembering that it didn't exist?
No, I remembered when they were asking her questions about interviews or certain parts, certain things within that she said were within her file. And I didn't see, that's not in what I have. I've never seen that. So I cannot say, no, I didn't say, oh, this now exists, because nothing that she said didn't exist.
Miss Love, you have at least 4 more DAs to your help. The fact that you can assert that you didn't realize it, well, Jesus Christ, you have had at least 4 more full-time assistant district attorneys going through this, or should have. Your assertions means nothing because you should have known that this file existed all along. And when I say you, I mean the entirety of the district attorney's office.
Is in there still.
Correct. I didn't
Why
see
don't
anything.
y'all, if you want to take a look at it, and if I'll let you ask Sergeant Gaither whatever you want to about it, or if there's still things missing from it. I'm sure that, this is obviously a hard copy paper file, and I imagine in this day and age, people don't download everything from the computer, and maybe she had an electronic file also, and that's what she meant, but y'all can find out.
Can I just clarify the record a little bit?
Yeah.
And I would very much like to look at that file. Last time, and I believe it was last time, I can't recall how many times Investigator Gaither has testified, but I'm going to say last time. She took the stand. There were specific things that she said she did, and they were not in the reports given to us. I'm aware that the state gave us electronic copies of certain documents in
Right.
2022. No one's disputing that. She claimed that, well, I did do that and I did document it. I wrote reports.
Right.
And I said, well, where are the reports? Because we had discovery and it didn't have any of these reports pertaining to the work she claimed she did. And so then we talked to Judge Glanville about it, and Judge Glanville kind of summarily attributed it to the hack, which I didn't.
Yeah, I know Catnot Williams has issues with her power. She should get a generator. I have a diesel generator. Now, I haven't had a power out for over a year. So I have what's the capacity? It is well, I can gas it up with 50 liters of diesel. What's that in gallons? 12 gallons, something like that. She should have one of those. Well, you just had a hurricane, so it's probably hard to get a hold of those, and gas. But yeah. Yeah. So if she goes, she should have. I'm not saying she should or shouldn't, but maybe, just maybe, she could ask for one Amazon wish list for. I don't know if they sell it at Amazon. A 12-gallon diesel generator.
Necessarily agree with, but he also told the state, you need to go to APD and make due diligence, your best to find this file. Everyone was looking for this file. And then apparently the state obtained this file and never reported back to the court or to defense counsel, hey, this file that everyone was looking for, last time Investigator Gaither testified, we found it. This is what's in it. Here you go. Because my understanding, I haven't looked at it, but other people on the team have, the new discovery that was served does not contain that amount of information from the file. That I'm looking at how thick that file is. There's like one police report in the new tranche of information that they're claiming they served after the file. But at no point did anyone from the state tell anyone on the defense, to my knowledge, at least to me, hey, Remember that file that you guys were asking about and Judge Glanville instructed us to go find? We actually went and we found this file. And I just don't know how that happens, that we're learning that this missing file has apparently been discovered. I guess we're going to review it to see. I don't know how we learn about that in the middle of direct testimony. That's just tough for me to reconcile with everyone being above board.
And Ms. Love,
Your Honor, I'm reviewing the discovery, actually.
we don't care
that
about
was served.
discovery.
Discovery,
We
1 of 3. What was this?
we don't care if it was hidden in 7 terabytes of documents. We know that. That is why you have a court order to identify and tell the defense this is the piece of evidence we want to bring in with this witness. It's so infuriating.
Anybody from the defense that wants to go ahead and take this file and look at it, you're welcome to.
And just for the record,
Sir,
I've been informed April 29th was when Gaither, Lieutenant Gaither testified previously.
April 29th of this year. Okay. All
Eight-
right. Go ahead.
8/2/22 is the date that those items were served in discovery. Is it 2?
And by those items, you mean
What's in that?
the contents of this brown paper file that's about 1.5 inches thick. Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's what I'm looking at now, and I'm looking through.
Okay.
This is what has been
And
pulled
so
up.
it's,
So-
I mean,
Yeah. The electronic content might be in discovery. That piece, that file, was not identified as Detective Gaither's until now. This is big difference.
y'all can,
And so I cannot speak to, I can't speak to anything regarding the stuff that was asked about that didn't exist because, one, I don't see it, I don't have it, and
all right, why don't both sides either confirm if you can or otherwise, whether the contents of that file, whether labeled at the time as belonging to Sergeant Gaither or not, were served back in 2022.
it appears that
That's again for the date of service of that.
it looks like we served one, the date that I just gave, we served August, what was the other one? The first one, August,
She said 8/2/22.
and 7/11/22 as well. That's what I'm looking at.
And can I ask one more question? Do you know where in the consolidated discovery?
Mhm.
I thought we're right.
At 3236, there's 3 PDFs. It's a discovery. It's like 600 pages of PDFs. You can buy them all. My spidey sense, I haven't physically looked at that today. I'm pretty positive there's 2 PDFs are those documents. Because that's not a new file. That's like the same file that created that discovery back in July.
And where's again in the consolidated?
Act 30-36.
30-36.
Correct. And it should say discovery 1 through 2. And discovery 1 is July 11, 2022. That's what I think that is.
So it may be that the only thing that's new is that
Only thing,
it now maybe realized that this is actually whatever part of Detective Gaither's file still exists.
they arrested these guys in May of 2022. The prosecution said they were ready for trial in December of 2022. It does not matter when they realize something in their own files. Oh, this was Gaither's. That should have been known and done and clear in December of 2022. It wasn't. And Jesus.
I mean, it's my understanding from what Ms. Love has said that it's new to her as well as of today.
Don't care.
No,
We had the red files. We scanned red
That
files.
it belong, that it
Oh,
might be
yes,
Detective Gaither's.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yes,
yes.
that I didn't know.
I know. Okay. And I mean, I'm just going to offer again
Every damn
with
day.
the,
Yeah. Falkland Thunder.
Ms. Love,
Every
maybe
damn
when you talked
day.
to her outside, she said, whatever she said to indicate, yeah, that might be my file. that you come in and you say to your opposing counsel, hey, you know what? The file of Detective Gaither's that we thought was entirely gone. Well, you know what? Apparently a part of it is this portion that we sent you 2 years ago. You know, I mean, it just
I
would
do
make things
understand, but
easier.
I just want to make clear that this is not something that we tried to conceal from anybody, given we served
I
this.
understand, obviously, if they confirm that they already have the contents, that's not necessarily up for debate. It's just that the knowledge that it's Sergeant Gaither's is new. And when you learn it, it'd be nice to share it with the other people.
And yes, Your Honor, I understand what the court is saying, but I do also remember when when questions were put upon this witness about the items that she had in her file, no one brought to her the discovery that they already had and said, is this what was in your file?
Apparently nobody knew where this came from.
They knew that this was Detective Gaither's, that this was Sergeant Gaither's investigation. So I don't.
The stuff you were questioning her about was not in the discovery. She was claiming she did
Is it-
that was not provided.
And it may still not exist. And we all know, I can't remember the dates of the hack, but we all know, because we practice in Fulton County, that there was some gigantic, what we call hack of.
Yeah, that convenient hack. Yes, I know. Thank you for being here from Kat, not Williams. And I completely understand that you prefer her over me. I mean, I do. We are different types. There is a streamer for everyone. Kat Not Williams has a huge audience, and she just hit 25,000 subscribers, which is amazing. And I'm honestly really, really glad for her, because I remember when she had maybe a few hundred views in total for an entire stream, and now she's doing amazing, and I'm so happy for her. Yeah, she's definitely prettier than me. Yeah, so when she comes back online, I don't mind if you go back there. I mean, she will be here on Friday, hopefully, on the panel show. And the panel show, by the way, will have an Oktoberfest theme. Just saying. So it will be fun. But let's get back to this faster clock.
The whole city and APD legitimately lost a whole lot of files that were never able to be recovered. So, I mean, that's just a fact.
But we have a paper file, Your Honor.
I see that.
And the hack does not affect paper files.
I understand that.
And Investigator Gaither specifically testified that she wrote reports for certain things. They were in her file that has now been lost.
Okay,
Now,
and
so
you
if-
can ask her when she said that, what did she mean? Because like I just said, I mean, all of us in this day and age.
No. Detective Gaither said she left this in a file cabinet. And then, since then, the prosecution says we can't find it. And we can find the electronic copy. It must have been lost in the hack, and we can find the original. Or the paperback, or whatever it's called. Complete misrepresentation. And it should have never been allowed in at all. If the assertion from the prosecution is that we can't find these witness reports, then she should never have been allowed to testify. I don't care if it's a hack. I don't care.
Have things we print out and things we just keep on an electronic file that only exists in the, wherever it exists, in the
Yes, I will
cloud.
cover the
And we
rest
never
of the
print
day.
it.
And Your Honor, I have also talked to Sergeant Gaither about not what she told them, but in previous, looking at previous information, having reviewed information that I know for a fact she kept on a terabyte drive. I asked, where is that? And she has told me in the past that the terabyte drive where she had all of her information about all her cases was connected to her desktop computer at the time that the hack occurred. So I don't have access to it. She didn't have it.
What a blatant misrepresent. Well, she might have, but she still left the paper copies in that file cabinet, which you claim you couldn't find. And now we know either you're incompetent or a liar, Miss Love. Or both. Probably both. Because apparently her paperwork has been around all the time.
Access to it. I know that just from talking about other cases.
Okay.
So I didn't ask her specifically about this one, whether this was on that terabyte drive, because those weren't the questions that I put on her. Those were questions posed to her by counsel for each of the defendants. Like, where is this? And
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
also when it's time for your honorable court to rule, just so we don't waste time with the jury, the question is, let me show you something from your file.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to object because even though it's potentially sounds like in Sergeant Gaither's file, retired Sergeant Gaither's file, it is hearsay. It sounds like, and I have not looked at, there were a lot of people looking at the files, but it sounds like it's somebody else's information that somehow got into someone else's report on a phone number of Mr. McMullen. So based upon that, that's going to be my objection. That's how this whole question began. So I just wanted to give you a heads up.
Okay, and honestly, yeah, what it was a question about a phone number, but what was the question going to be?
it was going to be after she talked to Quindarius Zachary, did she attempt to locate, or did she have the kidnapping file?
Right.
Was she able to locate a phone number for Demise McMullen?
Okay.
And I still don't know whose handwriting that is on the phone number information, but it was just going to be what was the phone number.
Okay, well, could she locate what is fine? What it was would be, I don't know why we have that echo all of a sudden. Would,
We're good.
Here's-
I think we had one of them. And so initially what I was asking, because the number, it has already come out, that is the number, I think on cross-examination, Mr. Steele asked Mr. Sprinkle, did he find communication between Demise McMullen and Kenneth Copeland is the best I remember? I don't remember, but he specifically asked, did you see calls between Demise McMullen and somebody else? And I came back and said, what number is it that you have for Demise McMullen? Mr. Sprinkle gave 404, that number.
that he thought was it, but he wasn't certain. Yeah.
No, he actually said this is the number. He didn't.
Okay.
Yes. And so all that I was doing with Sergeant Gaither is asking her, was that, and I started to ask the
Well,
number
you
because
can-
it was
you can
already in.
Ask her if she found the number, but
That's literally
what the number was is subject to a valid hearsay objection. So you can't ask what the number was.
Okay.
How much longer do you expect to have with?
That was literally the last question.
Okay.
Bull crap. Bull crap. You don't end with, do you recognize this phone number? That's not an end of a direct examination. She ended there. She now claims it's the last. Oh, that was my final question. The only reason she does that is she might realize I might screw this up even further. So I don't want to. She treads the line, she violates the line, she jumps on the line, she shoots at the line. And when the judge says, naughty, naughty, she steps back.
We can talk about it during the non-jury days we're going to have, but we've got to.
Yeah, we definitely had non-jury days between now and when she claims she came to this realization with Murphy. Seriously, this is so bad.
Streamline this case some more. This is just going to have to figure out a faster way to get to what it is that you want from each witness. I mean, in federal court, you know.
Yes. You know, Judge, you have every right to say, Miss Love, this has been drawn out for 140 days. You now have a maximum of 60 days, trial days, to conclude your case in chief. She's in full right, and 60 days should have been the entirety of this trial during Christmas break, with a Christmas break.
They might just say, you got an hour with this witness. And
Do they limit both
We will-
sides to cross
will
and
talk
state?
about-
Oh, go screw yourself, Miss Love. Go screw yourself. This is not on the defense. This is on you. You whining piece of barely human garbage.
We'll talk about the witness list next week.
And Your Honor, yes, I understand.
Oh, yeah, we'll be done by 10 with this witness, and we haven't even gotten across yet. After having her all day yesterday,
She was here Monday, Judge.
whenever it was.
Monday was 2 days ago. She waited all day and did not testify.
Well, that's not the issue. The issue is how long she's on the stand testifying and how long every witness is on the stand testifying and how many witnesses there are in this case. It's just a lot.
Read the room.
Your
Ms.
Honor, do
Love.
the federal, are both sides restricted to an amount of time?
Well, I mean, I would imagine that it's not like they let one side go on forever, but the other side only gets 10 minutes.
And given that the state does have the burden of proof, Your Honor.
I understand that, which is why I haven't done it yet. But you'll need to self-regulate.
I provided the court with those cases, Your Honor.
So do the attorneys want to let your clients go have lunch while y'all examine this, or do you think y'all will be done in a few minutes and you want to question Gaither, or what's our best use of time?
I think we'll be done.
Oh,
Okay.
Your Honor, also, I'm being told I have not reviewed the transcript or anything, but I think that Sergeant Gaither may have said that she left APD and didn't have any of her files with her. I don't know.
Okay.
Exactly. She left the files at APD when she left after 19 years, amazingly, not waiting another year so she could get full pension. And yes, she left it there. And apparently somebody at the DA's office have had it. If it was Mr. Sprinkle, if it was somebody else, I don't care. It was in the hands of the DA's office all this time, and they didn't disclose it. If it was because of pure incompetence, I don't care. Was it ignorance? I don't care. Was it deliberate? I don't care. It was in the hands of the DA's office, and they did not disclose that this specific file had Gaither's report.
With respect to that testimony, if what was represented is what she said.
That may be,
Kathy,
that
it's up
seems to
again.
happen a lot, that detectives leave and they don't have access. And then for some reason, the DA's office, who would have access, doesn't seem to be able to get it. But that's just my observation from other cases.
Until they're doing direct testimony.
What we can, we do. but
I've been
we don't have it,
overruled
we
by
don't.
my colleagues, and we're asking for a little bit of time to review this, and we're asking for our clients to be allowed to.
All right, well, I don't know if their lunch has quite arrived yet.
And this is a complete unfairness of this trial. Ms. Love has had this file days, weeks, and the judge gives the defense over lunch. How is that fair, Judge Whitaker? How is it fair that the prosecution have not had knowledge about this specific file belonging to Ms. Gaither for weeks, and you give them over lunch to review it?
But it should arrive soon if it hasn't yet. So do we want to reconvene at like 12:20, which would give you all a half an hour, or 12:30, which would give you 40 minutes? Because if we're going to. Not here yet. Okay.
12:20 will be.
Okay. Well, that might not be enough time if it hasn't arrived yet, but
Oh, you're gonna have, okay. I misunderstood. They were gonna eat while we were out. Okay.
I mean, ideally, well, no, there's no way that this group of lawyers can get anything done in 15 minutes. So no, if we're going to examine Detective Gaither before the jury comes back at 1, we need to be back before 12:45 because we're not doing this part in front of the jury. So 12:30. And the defendants can use the restroom before they eat and get that out of the way. All right, see y'all back at 1.
Yeah, in my opinion, this is a clear Brady violation. Overly clear. Overly clear. And for you who don't know, with the motions for mistrial that was filed because of this, we are actually up to we are actually up to 45 motions for mistrial. That is the most motions of mistrial in US history. Congratulations, Judge Whitaker and Judge Glanville. You just broke a record that honestly should embarrass you to bits that you even was a part of it. 45 motions of mistrial, and we are not even halfway through the prosecution's case in chief.
Ma'am.
Judge, at the time that we were on break after counsel for defendants have had a chance to review the file, I went back out after I looked at the file some more and noticing the word copy on the file.
You have had that file for weeks, and now you realize it says copy? Bull crap. Absolute bull crap. You lying sack of barely human crap.
As well as a copy of the state's demand, a state's demand for discovery, file stamp November 17, 2016, within the file about the file. I went out and asked whether Sergeant Gaither kept things in her file that she had labeled copy, or did she keep the originals in her file? She said when she made copies for other people, she put the word copy on the documents, and every document in here has copy written on it. So there's also a handwritten set of notes within this file that she says is neither her writing nor Detective Dennis's writing. And so what I believe that this is a copy of her file, the copy that was served on July 21st, 2022, and not her actual original. Even the document that I was looking at with respect to the name Nard Quindarius Zachary has the word copy written on it. So she said her original file would not have copies. It would just have the original. So this appears to be, and I would ask that anyone who wants the opportunity to ask questions, and even reviewing the video of her and Quindarius Zachary's interview, she has a file folder in front of her that when she opens it up, before she opens it up, it has something white on the front that is not present on this particular file folder. So this looks like a copy of hers. And
I don't know what it looks like, but.
Okay. These men are all fighting for their lives. I don't know how we get to a point where we just grab a file and then just throw it in front of a detective, and the detective's like, yeah, looks like my file, in front of a jury. And then over a lunch break, then we determine, well, it's actually not her file. And again, none of us were even told about the file before it was even presented in front of the witness. None of this makes any sense. If it's not her file, then it should have never been presented as her file in court.
Well, if it's a copy of her file, I mean, why don't we just get her in and ask her?
go get. I agree, Your Honor. And
I need to take a leak. I will be right back. I already heard this garbage once.
Sergeant Gaither, do you have any idea what that document is or set of documents is that Ms. Love just presented to you?
Looks like paperwork from my case with Dexter Montgomery case. Majority of these documents say copy, so I'm assuming it's a copy.
Can you either speak into the mic more or speak up more or both, please?
It appears to be documents from the Dexter Montgomery case file. The majority of these documents have copy on it, so I'm assuming it's a copy of the file.
A copy of the file. And why would a copy of your file have been made? Because it's still in like, folder form.
Why?
Yeah.
Well, the original, I never give out my original file
Okay.
to like the DA's office when it's requested through the complaint room or a different attorney. So I will make a copy and give that to them as opposed to the actual file, the actual original folder.
Okay. And would you put it in a folder like that brown folder?
Yeah, it would be similar to this. It would have separate things, and my case file would have like a white paper with a type form on the front with the suspect name,
Okay.
case number, and address.
All right. Do any defense counsel have questions for Sergeant Gaither about this file? Come on up where she can hear you.
I know it's been said in court before, but it's Sergeant, right? Sergeant?
Yes, no, retired, whatever.
Okay. Good afternoon, Sergeant Gaither.
Good afternoon.
Do you typically, when you send files to the DA's office, is your normal practice back when you were working as a police officer, would you make a copy of your file and send it to the DA's office?
If it was requested or portions of it, originally, when we send a case over, we would, whatever we have for the complaint room, copies would be made, but the actual original file would not be given.
And my understanding is that these copies would be made after arrest, after you close the case, correct?
Not necessarily after arrest.
Okay. Is that, I'm looking at a kind of rust brown file. Is that the typical appearance of one of the files that you would have copied or copy and send to the DA's office?
Not all the time, but I do use these file folders like this.
Okay, so there's nothing about that file that indicates that's not something you sent to the DA's office?
That I didn't?
Yes, there's nothing about that file itself. For instance, you're not saying, I've never used that type of folder or anything like that. That's consistent with something that you would send to the DA's office.
I've used it in the past. I've used Manila.
Yeah, what Mr. Shard is going for here, this has been in the hands of the DA's office all this time. Way back in 2016, they had this and have had it for all this time.
Folders, I've used envelopes.
All right, and I'm going to ask, I think I know the answer, but you don't specifically remember what the appearance of the copy you made on the Dexter Montgomery case looked like?
Not the actual folder, or no, not the actual folder.
Okay, but the contents are consistent with copies that you would have made and sent to the DA's office, correct?
Yes, they have copy on it with my initials and the date.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for telling me that. Could you show me where your initials are? So that initial right there, and I'm not trying to give you a hard time, I'm just trying to understand, that initial right there, is that in relation to that specific document, or is that the first document in the folder, so it relates to the folder itself?
If you're talking about the actual folder, not the contents, I can't say that I initialed the folder, but the contents, if a copy was made of a particular document.
Gotcha.
I wrote copy with my initials and the date.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you.
Any other defense attorneys who have any questions for Sergeant Gaither about this issue?
Not on behalf of Mr. Williams, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
All right. Okay,
May I just ask a question?
you may.
This should have been enough to throw everything Miss Gaither, not through Miss Gaither's fault, she's just an incompetent hack of a cop. But the non-disclosure, then they didn't identify it, and then she tried to sneak it in as her actual report, and it should have been thrown out. And with Detective Gaither thrown out, so should her testimony back in April have been thrown out. And that in itself is a cause for mistrial with prejudice because of the prosecution's either incompetence or lying.
Sergeant, retired Sergeant Gaither, does this file, is this the file that I asked you whether you recognized before you came in to testify the last time? This whole,
Just now, yes.
yes. And you mean when you say just,
Yeah.
When we said, the last time, are we talking about earlier today or are we talking about in April?
earlier today, is this the file that I asked you if you recognize? Did I ask you before you came in here, before 11:30 and testified, whether you recognized this file?
Yes.
Did you, at the time you looked at it, notice or take note of the fact that each of the documents inside from your file had the word copy on it? Did you notice that at that time? Were you?
Yes. I noticed my initials just now.
No, not just now.
Oh, no. When you, prior to, yes, yes.
And when I spoke to you,
Well, why did you testify in front of the jury that you did recognize it as your file? I told you guys, remember what she testified to in front of the jury. She identified that folder as hers. Nothing about copy, nothing.
before you came in, before you testified where there was where the jury was in here, did I ask you specifically about an incident report that is on the back page of the file folder itself regarding Demise McMullen and the kidnapping?
Yes.
Did I ask you did I ask you about if that was a part of your file?
Yes.
Did I ask you at that time about some handwritten notes that are a part of this file
Yes.
that I'm holding in my hand before you came in the last time?
Yes.
Did I? When you're describing yes, what do you mean?
When I was sitting back here in the room.
And when I asked you whose was this, did you know who it was?
No.
Did you tell me whether or not it appeared to be Detective Dennis's writing? And did this appear to you to be Detective Dennis's writing?
No.
Before you started testifying, before when I asked you about it, did you notice then, before you were testifying in front of the jury, a certified copy of a conviction for Walter Murphy in the file before you got in front of the jury?
No.
On break, while we were at lunch, did I ask you whether you got this certified copy of Walter Murphy's conviction or would that have been in your original file?
Yes, you asked me that.
Would-
Yes, you asked me that.
What was your answer?
No.
So this certified copy of Walter Murphy's conviction was not in your original file?
No, ma'am.
And this writing on this piece of paper I'm holding up wasn't either?
No.
Okay. But did I ask you about any of the things that had copy on them before you testified in front of the jury? Or was my question about what was in the back?
What was in the back regarding McMullen?
And when you looked at it, did you tell me that it looks like your file?
Yes.
Are the documents that have copy on them
Hi, Denise says, Nick, didn't the prosecutor say they were ready to proceed to trial last year? Oh, it's worse. They told the Judge Glanville, they were ready for trial in December of 2022. And now they are still skimming through discovery for something to ask their next witness. That is not being prepared for trial. That is far from being prepared for trial.
copies of things that are in your original file?
Yes.
Have I shown you any file pertaining to the Dexter Montgomery shooting other than the one that I'm holding now?
No.
Have I ever shown you these photographs that have copy on the back of them? Any original of these photographs that did not have copy?
No.
Inside the video for your...
Now she's just preparing Ms. Gaither for what might be brought up in cross-examination.
Interview with Quindarius Zachary, are you holding a file folder in your hands?
I believe it's on the table.
It's on the table?
I believe so.
Is that the file for the Dexter Montgomery shooting or something else?
I believe it's for
Oh, I'm sorry.
Adele.
Okay, for Adele?
The one that was on the table?
Yeah,
I
okay,
believe that was for Adele Avenue.
okay, thank you.
Anything else? Yes.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Have you looked through what everyone's calling the file, but I'm referring to the brownish colored, it's being held up right now. Have you looked through all those documents by any chance today?
Not thoroughly, no, sir.
All right. If the court lets you, would you just look through it and just tell us if there's anything from your file on this April 12th, I think I got the date right, April 12th, 2015 shooting, the Dexter Montgomery shooting, that is not in what Mr. Atkins is holding right now?
I couldn't tell you every piece of information or document that should be in the original file. That was almost 10 years ago. I couldn't tell you either way.
All right. Okay.
And yet, they ask of the witness that was interviewed that they remember everything. But she says, oh, I can't. And that's apparently okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Ron.
Yes.
When you make copies of your files for the DA's office about cases that the DA's office will be prosecuting, do you omit pertinent police reports from those copied files?
Do I omit pertinent?
You leave things out, or do you copy everything?
If it's information that I have from my original file, it will go into the copy.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Hey, Sergeant, good afternoon.
Sir, good afternoon.
I have a couple of questions just to follow up. You testified earlier that you said portions of it I will send over to the district attorney's office. Can you tell the court, as a practice pattern of what you do in terms of getting that information to the DA's office, what are those portions that you would send over to the district attorney's office when you're sending the file over?
Well, initially, I don't know if APD still uses the complaint room or what the process is now, but that's what I followed up with that question. A lot of information would not necessarily be in a complaint room case file that you would initially send over to the DA's office. So,
yes, I would assume so, Brina Slime. So this was the real reason to bring Gaither back. Yes, partly to get that damn interview video in, but apparently this file that should not in any way, shape, or form be referenced to at all, because not only it's a Brady violation, in my opinion, because the prosecution with this stunt actively hindered the defense from a proper cross-examination back in April. If they have had this file identified as Gaither's or parts of it, they could have cross-examined in completely different ways. That is in hindrance of the defense. That is a Brady violation. And now sorry. Now all of a sudden, it seems like, yeah, oh, they found it, good. Now they can use it, which is against Judge Whitaker's own court order. If you don't disclose it, too bad, too sad. But here we are.
that's what I was speaking of. You would have the original police reports. Their surveillance stills or videos, stuff like that would be sent over to the complaint room. If whatever district attorney is assigned to the case for preliminary hearings or information like that, if they would like the entire file, then the file would be copied and sent to them. So I was speaking more or less about portions of the file would be sent to the complaint room.
Okay.
If that makes sense to you.
Okay. So what are generally the documents that you, as a matter of your practice,
Yes, sir.
would routinely be held back with your office, with you and your file that would not go to the district attorney's office?
Your Honor, could he clarify when he says would not? Does he mean initially or ever?
Well,
I don't know what he means.
Okay. Well, let's just break that up.
Yes, sir.
The documents that are in your file that you house
Mhm.
in your folder as part of an investigation,
Mhm.
you said portions will go to the district attorney's office. So that suggests to me that there are portions that don't.
Well, to the district attorney's office, I mean the complaint room. So early on in the case, when you're charged and you obtain your warrant, it has to go to the complaint room. So a lot of information or documents may not exist yet until, let's say, after you interview a person, and you may obtain more information. So therefore, it will be added to the original file.
Okay, all right. So then it's basically the investigation is continuing to be ongoing from the time that some documents make it to the complaint room and the time that other pieces of your file will eventually go to the district attorney's office at a later date. Am I understanding you?
Correct. The complaint room is part of the district attorney's office, but it's one of the initial, I guess, attorneys that touch the case. So once the case is, I don't know what the process is of assigning a case to a particular district attorney to prosecute in court for preliminary hearings or trial. The initial portions of an original case file will go to the complaint room, which is just the first portion of evidence that you obtain. So the complaint room basically looks over your case and they make the determination if it's prosecutable or you need more things to go forward with the case actually being assigned to an actual attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right.
And we have the date, the email date and the email, the copy of the email where the state served the copy of what was shown to Sergeant Gaither today in the original email.
So I guess just when the jury gets back out, clarify this in her original file, it's a copy of her file. And it's your belief, Sergeant Gaither, that what exists now is the copy that you made to send to the DA's office at whatever time they requested it. Is that fair?
It's fair, but like I said, it appears that they may have added some documents to that.
Once
but
they had it in
yeah.
their possession.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, are we ready for the jury?
Your Honor, on the lunch break, Mr. Sharp handed to Mr. Atkins a thumb drive of exhibits
Okay.
that he said he's going to use. At the time that he gave it to us, we could not open it or access it. And I think he did something in the last few moments that allows us to access. I don't know what's on it.
Okay.
Your Honor, we can use it now. Yeah. It's been rectified, Your Honor. Me and Mr. Sharp worked together and we
Great,
figured it out.
fantastic. I love it when attorneys can work together as professionals. That is wonderful. Okay, so you've had a chance to see what's on it?
No, we're looking.
Your Honor, because it was my fault for not being able to open it earlier, no, I have not been able to listen to all of them, but I have them.
Okay, is this,
They're all clips from the video that was.
all right, great. And is the video already in?
It is.
Okay, thank you. All right, are we ready for the jury? Yes, okay, let's get the jury.
Yeah. Skipping ahead.
Whether or not you looked at a file before we broke for
She was just supposed to clarify.
lunch. I asked you regarding the file that you kept in the Dexter Montgomery shooting, whether or not you looked at a file before you spoke in front of the jury that contained documents. Do you recall talking to the jury about that?
Yes.
And do you recall telling the jury or telling me that it looked like the file that you kept in the Dexter Montgomery case?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to look at portions of the file even more closely while you were on lunch break?
Yes.
And does the portions of the file that you looked at have the words copy on them?
Yes.
And was the file that you saw, did it contain portions of your file, your original file?
I'm going to overrule that. I think we're just trying to get through this to establish.
I'm going to take a small break to cuddle with my cat. Yeah. Sometimes you need your cat. This is one of these times. I am so infuriated. I am so infuriated by this trial. It's I can't think of fun snark, and I don't know what else to try to make this event today entertaining at all, because it is not entertainment. It is a mockery of the justice system, what goes on in this courtroom. And Judge Whitaker allows it to continue.
Establish what this is, and we all, so.
Based on information we were just given, that's a misrepresentation of what it contains.
Okay,
And
sustained.
stop laughing.
I don't know, ask another question. Ask it differently.
Is the file you looked at, in fact, your original file or copy of portions of the file?
Issue. It's a copy. It's not a copy of portions.
What?
Overruled. She can say what it is or what it isn't. She can say yes or no, and then she can explain.
From what I looked at, there are documents that were in my original file, and there are documents that were added to that particular file.
Okay.
It is not the original.
It what?
I don't believe that is my original file.
Okay. And in your original file, did you have information regarding,
Remember, she was only supposed to clarify that this is not the original file.
a kidnapping involving Demise McMullen?
Yes.
All right. And in that report involving the kidnapping of Demise McMullen,
You said before the break that that was that the phone number was your literal last question, and now the judge instructed you clarify. This is not clarifying. This is continuing direct.
did you have a phone number for Demise McMullen?
Yes.
Before break, you testified to this jury that you didn't know it from the top of your head. And now all of a sudden, yeah, that's it.
And did you obtain, or did you have someone on your behalf obtain records for that phone number? Cell
Yes.
phone records?
Yes.
Did the information you obtained regarding Demise McMullen after your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did it aid you in the investigation?
Is Cat Not Williams down again? I see here that her stream is over. Okay, that is so unfortunate, because she really deserves every piece of success that she currently has. Okay, so she didn't come back. Ah, darn it. Hopefully she can come on later today when she gets the, well, she can, not my stream, but she can get her own stream up later today.
Investigation of the Dexter Montgomery shooting? Did those records that you obtained aid you in the investigation of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Sustained.
Oh, she's
Did the
still here.
information,
Hey, thank you, Kat.
did the information that you got from Quindarius Zachary about Nard, were you able to corroborate that information?
Objection vague.
Sustained.
were you able to corroborate whether the person listed on State's Exhibit 503 that you got from Quindarius Zachary was in fact Nard or Demise McMullen?
Yes.
Ma'am,
Yes.
thank you. No further questions.
All right, is there cross-examination for this witness?
Okay, so Kat had a new power outage and she finished her stream and then she made a community post sending people over here. Thank you so much, Kat. I hope I can. I'm not. I know I'm not as pretty, but I have a cat. I have an actual cat. Everybody, this is Mr. Jingles. Being here in the chat means you are now a part of Mr. Jingles Viking Thugs. We are not a criminal enterprise. We don't take responsibilities for each other's words or actions, and we are not an unindicted co-conspirator.
A few questions.
All right, come on up.
Was that it? Here comes Doug.
Good afternoon, Detective Gaither, or Sergeant Gaither.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Back in April, Detective Sergeant whatever's Gaither was extremely combatant against the defense. She leaned back in her chair and more or less whispered into the microphone. She did everything to not actually answer any questions. Why? She is incompetent and she knows it. And I've said this before, I will say it again. Detective Gaither is probably the most incompetent cop I have ever seen. Yes, I know Thorpe, it was called Squirrel Brain. But the incompetence of Miss Gaither is immense, immeasurable. But let's listen to Doug.
My name's Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick.
Yes, sir.
I just want to ask you a few questions about your interview with Mr. Zachary. In that interview with Mr. Zachary, when he is asked where he got the information about the murder of Donovan Thomas, at one point, Zachary says, Yak told me, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you asked him why, presumably why did Yak tell Zachary that information? You recall asking him why?
I do.
But he didn't respond to that. He did not give you a why as to why Yak would tell Mr. Zachary that, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. The video is the best evidence of that.
Same.
After he didn't tell you why,
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
it's in the video.
Your Honor,
Overruled.
After he didn't tell you why, you didn't follow up at all, did you?
Follow up with what, sir?
You didn't ask him repeatedly why. You did not delve into that further. You let the conversation go a completely
objection,
different
vague
direction,
and
correct?
compound.
Sustained.
After he failed to answer your question, you did not follow up, correct?
Follow
As to
up.
why.
I'm not
Vague,
understanding.
objection, vague.
Follow up is a very simple
Overruled.
term. After he failed to answer your question as to why, you did not again ask why, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you also asked a little later in that same interview,
Mhm.
what exactly did they say? What exactly did Yak say? Do you recall that?
At what portion of the interview?
In what portion?
You stated that
About
later on.
45 minutes into the interview,
Okay.
okay, you say, what exactly did they say? What exactly did Yak? You don't use the word Yak, but you're referring to Shannon and Yak. Do you remember asking what exactly did they say?
I'm not recalling which context or what part of the interview you're speaking of.
Okay,
Weird. You had perfect recollection while being direct examined by Miss Love.
so you don't remember asking what did they say?
I don't know.
I'm just want to ask, you don't remember
Objection, Your Honor. Number one, that last question is harassing. It was asked and answered. And number two, that if Mr. Weinstein has something to, she says she doesn't recall or know what he's talking about. So-
I can move on. It's fine.
Okay.
I'll withdraw the question. Mr. Zachary never told you in that interview exactly what Yak said, correct?
He did.
I'm sorry?
He did.
He did. What did he tell you that Yak said?
From the best of my recollection, he stated that Yak told him about the murder as well.
But you asked, what exactly did he say? Right? That's what you asked him. What did Yak say? For example, correct?
I asked him, what did Yak say? Yes.
Right. And you asked also, what did Shannon say? Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you remember Shannon's, or allegedly, Shannon's answer, what Shannon told Zachary? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll withdraw that. What did Quindarius Zachary say that Shannon told Zachary?
That they caught Nut down bad, and he also stated that Yak told him the people that were involved with the murder, the names. That's in the interview as well. That he stated Yak said.
But you didn't get an exact quote like that. You got nothing like that, correct? You didn't get the word. Let me stop right there. You didn't get an exact quote like that, correct?
Objection, vague.
Sustained.
You did not get a quote from Zachary about what Yak allegedly said the same way that you got a quote from Zachary about what Shannon allegedly said,
Objection,
correct?
relevance, and objection,
Overruled.
and objection, vague as to the,
Overruled. If you don't understand the question, Sergeant, just say that.
I understand this question. He gave me the names of the people that were involved. He did not elaborate more about exactly what Yak said.
Okay, but could you answer the question that I asked?
What's your question again, sir?
Can I have the court reporter read the question back? Because I doubt I could replicate it the same way.
You did not get a quote from Zachary about what
Yak.
Yak allegedly said, the same way that you got a quote from Zachary about what Shannon allegedly said, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't really ask Zachary a lot of detail as to the specific information that Mr. Kendrick, Yak, allegedly said to Mr. Zachary, correct?
Specifically, he stated
Specifically.
the names that Yak told him that were involved.
When you are asking Zachary about Diamante Kendrick, you didn't, for example, ask Zachary the reasons that Yak may have disclosed that information to Zachary?
objection, that would have called for speculation that she would not have been able to, that would not be admissible anyway unless it came from,
You can ask the question, whether she asked the question.
an objection relevance as to whether she would have asked Mr. Zachary to speculate about what is in Mr. Kendrick's mind.
She asked Mr. Zachary lots of questions about reasons and motivations for people
Overruled.
doing things.
First of all, thank you to Deja Vu for 15 pounds. Saying, thank you for hosting members of the KNW gang. We appreciate you in jingles. Thank you, thank you. The KNW gang is a sister organization of the Mr. Jingles Viking Thugs. And we get along absolutely fine. And we, again, none of us are a criminal street gang. None of us are. We are just happy to be here. And thank you so much, Deja Vu. And what was the second? Yeah. Now Miss Love is just trying to... Well, her speaking objections are infuriating. This is a tactic old as dirt that she's trying to throw the defense off. And simultaneously trying to give Gaither the answer she wants her to give Mr. Weinstein.
I believe Mr. Quindarius offered information about your client.
Okay, but can you answer my question?
What's your question again?
Would the court reporter please read the question back?
Asking Zachary lots of questions about reasons and motivations for people doing things. or overruled?
You need a question before that.
There, yeah. No, it's my fault. I'm sorry. Thank you for your help. Could you read the question before that part?
There's going to be a lot of back and forth between the two of them before you get to the question.
When you're asking Zachary about geometric and you did, for example, ask Zachary the reasons that yet they have disclosed the information to Zachary?
Did I ask him the reasons?
Yeah. Did you ask him the reasons?
No, I did not.
Okay. So really, you didn't ask Mr. Zachary a lot of questions about the specific information that he allegedly got from Diamante Kendrick.
No, that's not on the video.
Sorry?
No, that's not. On the video, no, I didn't.
I'm sorry.
No, I did not.
Okay. Let me ask you something else. There was a discussion on Direct about the shooting at Club Crucial on January 6th, I believe. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And one of the things you testified to is that Diamante Kendrick, Yak, he gotten arrested up the street from Club Crucial. You remember that?
I didn't say up the street from Club Crucial. She asked me if I knew that he was arrested that night of January 6th, and I stated after.
Okay.
I found out after.
You found out after?
Yes, sir.
And you know that arrest had nothing to do with that shooting at Club Crucial?
I don't know. I didn't charge him for that.
He wasn't, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Your
So
Honor, I object to assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
could I just respond? We've had officers in here
Your Honor,
testify.
Move on to the next question.
Okay.
Remember how Ms. Love was allowed to go on and on and on and on? Now, Doug gets really good points through. But it seems like Judge Whitaker, for some screwed up reason, is punishing the defense for what the prosecution does.
Also, earlier today, you testified when we're talking about how you corroborated information, that one of the ways you corroborated the information that Mr. Zachary gave you was because Zachary, Sledge, and Turner all were from Capitol Homes. Do you recall that?
How I corroborated information?
Yes.
I don't believe I answered. Corroboration came from them because they were from Capitol Homes.
That wouldn't make any sense, would it?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and
Overruled.
That wouldn't make any sense, would it?
To who?
To anyone, that you corroborate information because they are from Capitol Homes.
Your Honor, objection. Number one, it mischaracterizes the testimony.
Sustained.
Would them coming from Capitol Homes, them being Zachary, Sledge, and Turner, corroborate anything?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled.
Would that corroborate anything, the fact that they are from Capitol Homes?
Are we talking about something specific involving this case?
This was your testimony. I'm sorry. This was your testimony from this morning. I'm just trying to ask you a question. Would Zachary, Sledge, and Turner coming from Capitol Homes corroborate anything?
Objection. Mischaracterizes her testimony.
Sustained.
All right. I've got no further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, come on.
Yeah, and I believe that Doug was cut short here, but he did get a few good points through, and it's a good cross-examination, short and to the point, which it's better in the memory of the jurors, hopefully.
This is giving me that cash is full thing.
Right here. Make sure none of my stuff is in there.
Certainly when you text me.
And
Okay, I am going to pin my PayPal to the top of the chat. For you who don't know, I went to this very courtroom in August. I was in there during Woody's testimony. Well, parts of it on August 14 and on August 14. And I had a glorious time. I have dedicated myself to I'm going back for closing arguments. I want to watch that live. And now the ad revenue and others through my YouTubes, yes, it does help. The PayPal is directly dedicated to getting there. Now, I don't know when. closing arguments will be, or if there even will be closing arguments. And but I still don't believe there will be a mistrial with prejudice in this case. Sorry, I just don't believe it, because as you see, the shining spine Judge Whittaker had a few days ago is completely gone now. But if it's in closing arguments is in April, if it's in September or 2026, I don't know. But I want to be there in that courtroom. And if you would like to sponsor me, I don't mind. Okay, let's continue with the trial.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Former Sergeant Gaither. Retired Sergeant Gaither. I think you know this, but my name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell.
Yes, sir.
I want to first talk about this file. May I approach the witness with the
You
file?
may.
Can I just refer to you as Sergeant Gaither? I know you're
Sure.
retired, but okay.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Sergeant Gaither, as I understand it, you were the lead investigator on the Dexter Montgomery shooting case, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now
The secondary investigator. I'm sorry.
that shooting was from April 12th, 2015.
The secondary investigator. Yes. It was originally assigned to someone, and then my unit took over the case.
You eventually took over.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as part of your duties as the lead investigator, once you took over, you maintained a case file, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that case file was an original file that would have the work you did, the police reports generated, and all the information regarding the work that you did.
Love Gaither's homage to James Earl Jones. Yep. Thank you, Chloe Albert's Revenge, for your $2 super chat. Thank you. Yeah. If I didn't know she was a woman, I would never have guessed. But thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Did on the case, correct?
Your Honor, these questions were asked and answered several months ago, the
They
first
were.
time that Sergeant
Okay,
Gaither
well
was on.
then,
And that would-
they were, let's not go over it
Well,
again.
we now have the case, copy of the case
Well,
file.
no, we don't.
Okay.
Apparently, now being gifted parts of her case file doesn't matter for this judge. They are not allowed to go back in time. And that is what I said earlier. How is this fair? How is this a fair trial for the defense? Because this file was there all along. If they had it back then, their cross-examination would have been different. They would have pointed out other areas of Ms. Gaither's absolute incompetence. Now they focused on the missing reports because it's missing. And that's important. And now all of a sudden, here it is. And the judge doesn't allow it.
We have a copy. So,
Your Honor, I object to the testimony. The jury has heard what the witnesses said, and I object to Mr. Sharp attempting to put information before the jury that she's not said. And
Okay, just ask her a question about
So,
it then.
as-
Don't recover stuff that's already been established.
as I understand, that original case file was left in a cabinet in
objection,
APD.
that was asked and answered months
It's
ago.
overruled. He's just recalling her to whatever it was she said before, but move on and get
I
to
will.
whatever you want to ask now.
As I recall, you've testified that original case file was left in the cabinet of APD when you left.
Yes.
Okay. And you have now identified that file that's next to you that Ms. Love brought to court today as a copy of that file, correct?
I don't think those were my exact words.
What are your exact words?
I stated there are portions of this file that are copies of my original file.
Okay, so let me break that down.
Yes,
It's
sir.
a copy of your original file, but then there's also additional materials that someone else added.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterizes what the witness said.
She can correct me if I'm wrong.
So, overruled.
Is that correct? That it was your original file? That's a copy of your original file and then someone else added some other documents?
I cannot tell you if that is my original file because I don't remember all of the contents of the original file. There are portions and documents of things that were in my original file that are now in this folder right here. And there are also portions that I don't know where they came from that are in this folder as well.
Okay. And when you make a copy of your original file and send it to the DA's office, you would want to include the pertinent parts of your investigation, correct?
Sure.
Because they're the ones that are going to be prosecuting the case, the DA's office.
At what stage of the case, like I stated to this gentleman here, different stages of the case going through the court system, you will receive different pieces of evidence. And maybe starting in the beginning, like the complaint room, you may not have all pieces of evidence or documents that'll end up in your original file at the end. So therefore, different stages that the case goes to the DA's office, you may not have all of the information.
It would contain the information for the work that you had done up to that point.
In the original file or portions of the file. At different stages, once again, you will receive different pieces of information. When I'm done with the case, all the information that I have for a particular case will be in that.
And Miss Gaither is mentally unable to answer a question. Just as Miss Love. It's almost like they are sisters and have coached each other. But first of all, thank you to CC Creations for $25 via PayPal. Thank you so much. That is so nice and so sweet of you. Thank you so much.
Original file.
Right. And then the original file is copied and sent to the DA's office. Correct?
Sir, I don't know a different way to explain to you what
Do you withhold
what I'm saying.
information
I
from
don't
the
know.
DA's office?
Your Honor, objection as to relevance and objection. She's asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. As the lead investigator of the Dexter Montgomery case shooting back in 2015, do you remember the names Cornelius Davis, Carrion Mooney, and Christian James?
Objection, Your Honor. These were covered months ago. The same
Well,
question
and
was
that's why
asked
I'm
and answered.
We're calling it for the jury and for the witness.
Go ahead.
Do you recall the names Cornelius Davis, Carrion Mooney, and Christian James?
Yes.
Okay, they were individuals that your investigation led you to believe were in the car with Dexter Montgomery at the time he was shot, correct?
Your Honor, this, again, asked and answered, so objection.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what we're getting out of here.
I'll get there soon.
Get there really soon.
Those are individuals that were in the car with Dexter Montgomery per your investigation?
They were victims in that case, yes, sir.
Okay. And they were also witnesses?
Sure.
All right. Your Honor, I would like to play some prior testimony from April 29, 2024.
Your Honor, I object.
Of this witness?
Yes.
I object to the jury.
If there are prior inconsistent statements, it should be allowed.
Has already heard the testimony.
For what purpose? Y'all approach.
And that brings us to sidebar counter 285. Oh, jeez. All right, let's skip ahead. That was a decent sidebar.
Let's talk about
And no,
August 5th, 2015.
apparently he lost that sidebar, that objection. He is not allowed to play prior inconsistent statements.
Okay, that was the date of the interview with Mr. Zachary, correct?
Okay.
Could you speak up a little?
Okay.
Okay. So, Mr. Zachary was in jail, correct?
Yes, he was in custody.
All right, and he was in custody for a series of shooting residences from April 28, 2015.
Yes.
Oh, and you were the lead investigator in that case.
Later on, yes.
Okay. You were the one that took out the warrants for Mr. Zachary.
Yes, sir.
All right. And he was arrested on that case on July 28th of 2015, correct?
That sounds about right.
Okay.
I'm not sure the exact date.
The charges Mr. Zachary was facing, is you took out the warrants, 3 counts of ag assault.
If you can remind me what the charges are, actual warrants, I don't know off the top of my head,
Okay.
everything he was charged with.
Aggravated battery for shooting Denise Bell.
If you have something that can refresh my memory, I don't know of all of the exact charges
Okay.
off the top of my head.
All right. Did you charge him with aggravated battery?
Your Honor, the question has been asked and answered. If Mr. Sharp would provide something, she's asking for something to refresh her memory.
She says she doesn't know the exact charges, so I'm trying to work through it with her. Do you recall charging him with aggravated battery for shooting Denise Bell?
Yes, I'm speaking of when you say counts, I can't recall how many exact counts is what
I
I'm
understand,
saying.
and I'm not going to press you on that. Okay. Criminal damage to property.
Okay.
Is that gang charges?
It sounds about right. I don't know off the top of my head.
And the lack of recollection all of a sudden. Ta-da. Tells me exactly how coached she was, or how good Ms. Love is at feeding answers to the witness.
Thing that he was charged with.
You charge him with gang charges, gang act violations,
Yes.
and you charge him with possession of firearm during commission of a felony.
That sounds about right.
All right. And he also had pending, he was still on bond for it, but he had pending the case from May 5th of 2015 when an officer found a gun in Summergood's car, correct?
Okay.
You discussed that in the interview about his bond conditions and all the rest.
I'm trying to remember.
Okay.
It was before, so I'm sure the case wasn't dissolved by the time I talked to him in August. So
Okay, so he has this case of shooting the houses, and then he has a separate case.
the gun possession, yes.
Gun possession, right. And at the time on August 5th, from July 28, 2015, when he was arrested to August 5th, he didn't have a bond, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. You talked about calls that were made in the beginning of that. You said something to the effect, this is not a quote.
I just want to remind you all that yesterday and today, she watched herself interviewing Zachary and answered questions from the prosecution flawlessly. And now all of a sudden her memory is gone. I mean, you would understand that from Woody or Zachary. But from a cop, that is telling to me that she only rehearsed the things the prosecution wanted her to rehearse.
People are calling me, so, I'm here now. What do you have to say?
Okay.
Is that paraphrasing? Is that
Sure.
right? All right. And I think you testified that you gave your number to certain people related to him. Who did you give your number to?
His mother.
His mother. Okay.
Crowy Albert's revenge. Thank you again. Now for your $5 super chat. So she has sleep apnea when she's awake, a frog in her throat, and severe Cox examination. Yeah. Darth Gaither is in rough shape. Yes, she is. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much.
Is that your standard practice, to give your number to people that you arrest?
Yes.
Or the family, I'm sorry, the family members of people you arrest?
A search warrant was executed at her home. So a lot of people have my phone number. It's a common practice of mine, yes.
Okay. Kenneth Copeland, did he have your number?
You're aware that he had my number?
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people had her number because apparently she was having relations with relative to a gangbanger, alleged gangbanger.
Did his family members have your number?
I don't think I spoke with any of his family members.
What about Miss Quarterman? Did she have your number?
I believe so.
Okay, and that was his girlfriend at the time?
His child's mother, yes.
All Demekion Garlington, did he have your number?
No.
Did his family members have your number?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to, and I'm specifically talking about Mr. Zachary now.
Mhm.
When you made reference to people calling on his behalf or to get you to go out and talk to him, who specifically was it that was calling?
The best of my memory, it was his mother and his girlfriend at the time, Miss Good.
Okay. And these calls would have taken place in between July 28th and July 28th, 2015 and August 5th, 2015. Is that fair to say? These calls would have happened after his arrest?
I would assume. I'm not 100% certain, but it was after, definitely after the search warrant was executed at his home.
Do you know what date the search warrant was?
I don't know off the top of my head.
How many times did his mother call you?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and
Sustained.
How many times did Summer Good call you?
relevance. Objection.
Let me ask you, are there any reports regarding these phone conversations you had with Mr. Zachary's mother or girlfriend that you generated?
No.
Okay. Were these phone calls you had with Mr. Zachary's mother and girlfriend, were they recorded?
I don't believe so.
All right.
Isn't that strange? She testifies somewhat to them, but not recorded. It's almost as she has something to hide.
On direct, you talked about your practice of not revealing your cards first. Remember that?
I don't think I used the word cards, but I understand what you're saying.
Okay. Well, I'm not directly quoting you,
Okay.
but the idea that you hold back your information because you don't want the person that you're interrogating to know what you know and then structure a story around what they know you know.
Okay.
Does that sound about right?
More or less, yeah.
Okay. People lie in the interrogation room, don't they?
Objection, Your Honor. One, relevance as to what people do, and two, speaking on the veracity of a witness is exactly the thing that the court has instructed the witness not to do.
That's not as to a particular witness overruled.
And Your Honor, then objection, relevance as to what other people do.
Sustained.
Okay. You hold back information because you're concerned about people crafting their lies around what they would know you know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase.
Why do you hold back information from people in the interrogation room?
And objection, that was asked and answered.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it wasn't asked and answered by me, and I'm trying to lay the foundation to go somewhere with this.
Okay, well, you just asked a question very similar to that, so.
Well, it was my recollection was objected to. That's why I'm asking open-ended now. Why do you withhold? I asked if she withholds information. Now I'm asking, why do you withhold information from people in the interrogation room?
Your Honor,
You just asked her about the testimony she gave on direct as to why she did that. And she answered that, yeah, that was pretty much it.
Okay.
And yet you allowed Miss Love to do it.
In your experience, do people in the interrogation room try to protect themselves?
objection, relevance as to what people in the interrogation room do.
Are we speaking about a particular case? I mean, everybody's different.
I'm talking about in your experience.
In my experience, everyone is different. They have different reasons and motivations for what they say.
In your experience, in the interrogation room, do people attempt to shift blame onto others?
Everyone has different motives and tactics that they use to try to outsmart us. Unless you're talking about someone specific, I don't want to just generalize all of my experience and all of my interrogations.
Okay, well, all right, let's talk about a specific example that came up on direct.
Okay.
Ms. Love asked you about Quindarius Zachary informing you that Woody, Kenneth Copeland, Woody, and Antonio Sledge Moontunk shot shell Cal on Martin Luther King.
Shot at
shell Cal on Martin Luther King.
I don't know. Objection is to,
she asked,
you know what? I withdraw it. I'll let him ask the question.
Thank you. Do you remember?
Shot at Kelvin Watts? Yes.
Yes. Do you remember being asked about that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if Woody admitted to that when you interviewed him, right?
Okay.
And you chuckled.
I don't remember chuckling. Just now or then?
No, then.
I don't recall.
Okay.
I want to say, of course not, is what I stated.
Of course not.
Of course
Why
not.
did you say of course not?
Because we all know that he didn't. We watched several interviews with him, and he did not state anything about that.
Okay. That would have been against his legal interests, right?
Objection, Your Honor. As to
Sustained.
In fact, Mr. Copeland said he denied doing anything out on the streets. He said that people were always throwing his name into
Objection,
things
Your
that
Honor.
other people did, correct?
relevance and the best evidence was what they've already seen.
Okay. Let me ask you this. You, as an investigator, wanted to talk to Mr. Zachary when you had him in the interrogation room about things he was accused of first. That was your first line of questioning, correct?
The case that I had for him, yes.
Right, the shooting up the houses from April 28th.
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, permission to publish DS-41A,
Those are all part of the. yeah.
right, and it's 21851 to 22201.
And here, yeah. Finally, he had some foundation laid.
Your Honor, with respect to,
Oh, one. Yes, sir.
Your Honor,
Yes.
okay, so I would object under 403 since the jury just heard this.
Are you kidding me, Miss Love? Are you making a 403? You making a 403? Mr. Shard has been cross-examining for less than 30 minutes and you make a 403?
This entire interview and ask that if there's a question, that the question be posed. But this portion of the entire interview has been played for the jury.
That's true. It was very recently played. Why don't you ask questions, and then if she needs her recollection refreshed about anything, you can do that.
So Judge Whittaker is punishing the defense for what the prosecution does. Ms. Lowe was allowed to play the same part 2 or 3 times. And he is not allowed with a different set of questions play this. This is so bad.
You focused Quindarius Zachary on the April 28th, 2015 incident, right?
In the beginning of the interview, yes.
Okay. And his first thing he said to you was, I wasn't there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he claimed to have information about the shooting, though, correct?
Your Honor, this has been asked, answered, and shown.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I have not asked this
It
witness.
doesn't matter whether you particularly have asked. It's already been asked.
But
Your Honor, the state and the defense are 2 different people. They have different. If Mr. Shard needs to lay foundation for his own line of questioning, then if he has to go to the point, then any objection of not laying foundation should be gone. Because it's already asked and answered, then it should be able to ask anything, more or less.
state. I'm not trying to argue with the court, but I mean, I've been up here
If
for
we
5
already
minutes.
have the answer, just move on to something that we don't have the answer to yet.
Okay. Mr. Zachary told you that Demekion told him all about what happened, correct? Demekion Garlington.
About what, sir? Which
April
portion?
28th, 2015 shooting, Sergeant Gaither.
I don't believe that was exactly what he said.
Your Honor, may I play the video?
You may.
Thank you. Can we publish 41A, Mr. Kokomo? And that is 2/1851 to 2/2201.
What you've been charged with? What do you have to say about the case? I went there that night. You went where? What did you hear about it? Well, something I know with milk, like DJ had jumped, like so. And then, you was at the house in Cleveland? Yeah. The apartment, after you just 4 or 5 times. And then, that's when she told me, that she had got shot at too. That same night? So she said that they had gotten a whole bunch of them. And then, like, Ill Gang had, pulled up at my cousin's house. My cousin goes there, boy named Tate. Y'all know. Yeah, so I said, I don't know her name, but she was going in the house. And she said they were started shooting at the house, like they shooting from the apartment. Like she said, where is this house located? You talking about Landrum apartment? Landrum and Dunford? On campus? North campus? Yeah. So who stay over there again? My cousin Liz, right? And Tate. That's what Devontae said. Yeah. She a blood cousin? Yeah. I mean, how people say? No, I'm my real cousin. So this gang got to shoot at them at Landrum? Yeah. Is this before or after D got shot at? Got jumped on? She said they haven't led. It's like I was shooting. So first the shootings first D get jumped on, then the shootings happened. I'm telling you like from how I heard, like what I heard first. Okay. I'm like, I like shoot. Muslim call or something wanted to know that. But she like, Muslim cousin D out because D telling them that he's shooting, they had shooting in the face. So Muslim told D they had to find around home. And then she like, then don't D told, I would sleep. D told them one like they had shot up the house. D told you that, say that you kind of skimmed over that part. When you say D, you talking about Demekion, right? They real name. You talking about the D 36, like Mechanicsville? Demekion. Demekion told me that they had shot the houses. Then who had shot the houses? Him, Tay, and who it was? Shannon. He just told me nothing. He said him, Tay, Shannon, and some other boy named Trey Dunn. Being Tay. Named Trey Dunn? Yeah. He told you personally. Yeah. How did he tell you over the phone? No. In your face? Yeah, he's over my house. I was sitting there, he told me that they had shot the house, he said, and then what's called, that they shot up Landon, what Tay said. So this gang came back, shot up Tay house? Yeah, someone right up.
That's good.
I guess.
So after seeing that video, you would agree that Mr. Zachary first said he wasn't there.
Yes.
But he said he had information about what happened, right?
Yes.
And he said he got that information because Demekion came over his house and confessed it all the next day.
Your Honor,
He didn't use the
I
word
object
confess.
to the best evidence. And so
Okay, overruled.
Did you finish your
And
question?
he claimed his source of information was not from being there, but from Demekion telling him the next day.
Correct. And also that portion, that first story that he just told about Demekion telling him and all of this was a lie, that he was actually there.
Well, I understand that, but that's what he told you. I'm not asking if it's true. That's what he told you.
Yes, that's what he told me.
Okay. And you had records, phone records. So I'm not asking you to comment on anyone's veracity, but you weren't believing what he was saying. He wasn't fooling you when he told you that.
Your Honor, this is asked and answered, so objection.
Sustained.
Okay. Later on, you called him out. When I say later on, I'm talking about just after that clip. You called him out on what he was saying, correct? You
Your Honor,
challenged him.
Objection under 403, they've just heard and she's been asked.
Okay, he's trying to do his examination, so I'm going to overrule that one.
Thank you.
You challenged him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he pled with you. He said, I'm being honest.
Is that a question?
Let's hear it.
Well, that wasn't on that clip. That wasn't on that clip. He told you in the interview room he was being honest, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. They saw it on the other clip. So best evidence.
Sustained.
Okay. He promised you he wasn't there, correct?
Your Honor, I object. Best evidence. The jury has seen it.
They keep,
Asked and answered.
if it's best evidence, I will gladly play the clip. Is that
Your Honor, they've already seen it. This has been asked and answered.
Sustained.
all right? Okay.
Okay, we found Rico. He's in the chat.
Still talking
Or
about
she.
April 28th.
I don't judge.
April 28th, through your investigation, you came to realize that there was a shooting at Landrum, correct?
No. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I would object, asked, answered, and best evidence.
Overruled.
You're the lead investigator in the case. There was a shooting at Landrum, correct?
That's what Mr. Zachary stated. I don't believe I was able to find any evidence that occurred.
Okay.
Just best of my recollection. I don't believe I.
That's fair. Mr. Zachary claimed that his cousin Alexis Bryant and his girlfriend Summer Good were in that residence at Landrum when that shooting occurred. What he was claiming was a shooting occurred, correct?
Okay. Yes.
All right. And the story was that Summer Good, his girlfriend, called him for help. Correct?
Yes.
All right. And as lead investigator on this case, you're aware that at Adele and Drew Drive, the subsequent shootings for which Mr. Zachary was charged, there were shell casings found on those scenes, correct?
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Zachary, you're aware that he was arrested with a certain gun on May 7, 2015?
A certain gun?
Yes.
Yes, he was arrested with a firearm.
Okay. And that was 9 days after the April 28th shooting, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the ballistics from the shell casings at the scenes that you were investigating matched the
Your
ballistics
Honor,
of the
I'm
gun
going to
that
object
Mr.
based on hearsay unless there's a stipulation. So I'm going to
Sustained.
Okay. I will move on. Mr. Zachary, in his statements to you, stated that he didn't shoot, right? Once he admitted he was there, he claimed he didn't shoot at anyone or any houses.
Correct.
He stated that Mr. Sledge never shot.
That's what he stated, yes.
Okay. And he named 3 shooters as my client, Shannon Stillwell, Shannon Jackson, Trevante Turner, and Ali Lee Caldwell, or he said Lee.
Correct.
Okay.
Hey, Vince Clotho gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Gifted to Kaiser's mama, who's gifted a membership. That brings us our total to 6 new members today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vince Clotho, for gifting a membership. Those who have been gifted or who has been gifted and haven't realized it yet, you have access to all my members-only content. You have access to members-only emojis and to my Discord. That is a members perk, and it's just $3 a month if you want to join without being gifted. Thank you.
And you have said in court that you looked at some social media post with Trevante and Lee in it, correct?
And trade on, yes.
And trade on. Okay. Shannon was not in this social media post.
No.
Okay. When did you look at this social media post?
The exact date I'm unsure of, but it was during the early portion of this Operation Planners, Donovan Thomas murder investigation with the retaliatory shootings.
So that had been in 2015 you looked at this social media post?
Yes, the early part of 2015.
Okay. Did you print out that social media post?
Printed? No.
Do you have that social media post?
I did. It was on a terabyte jump drive that I had that was damaged when the city of Atlanta had some type of cyber attack. But I did have The actual photograph of it.
So we don't have that social media post in court here today.
I don't know if Ms. Love them have it. I don't have it.
Okay. Regardless of this post that you found involving what that had Trevante Turner and Ali Lee Caldwell in it, you never charged Trevante Turner or Ali Caldwell with anything regarding April 28, 2015, correct?
Your Honor, I object based on asked and answered and 403, asked and answered.
That 403, Ms. Love is desperately trying to get back to all the 403 the other day. And here's the thing, you deserved it, Ms. Love. The defense doesn't. And Christine Covey, if I pronounce that right, became a member. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That brings our total to 7 new members today. Thank you so much. And now you also have access to all the members-only perks.
In depth.
Overruled.
No, there was no corroborating evidence to say that they were involved
Okay.
outside of what Mr. Zachary stated.
And in the 9.5 years that have passed since April 28, 2015, you never charged Shannon Stillwell with any of these incidents from April 28, 2015, did you?
I've been retired since 2020.
Okay, so from April 28, 2015 to your retirement date in 2020, you never charged Shannon Stillwell with any of the events from April 28, 2015.
I have not.
Yeah, and still there he is on trial for these very crimes. And thank you to Snivels, 5 memberships gifted to Survivor Speaks, Nerding Out, Lil Mom Fessel, Brittany Brown, and Aisha Daone. Sorry for butchering your name. Thank you so much. And that brings us to 12 all of a sudden. Hey, this is starting to be a good day. Thank you so much, Snivels. Thank you so much. And Miss H. Gold became a member. There's a lot of people today who will get all the members-only perks. Brings us our total to 13. I can barely keep up here. But thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to all of you. Where were we? There. Okay, let's continue. Thank you again. Lulmis, member for a whole month. Defense is 403 equals waste of time. Love is 403 cumulative. Yeah, I agree. And thank you for being a member for a month. Thank you so much.
You talked to Mr. Zachary about the Lil Wayne bus shooting from 2015, correct?
Briefly.
Okay, briefly. Did Quindarius Zachary ever claim to be on 285 or the highway when any buses were shot at or shot?
I don't believe so.
Okay, did he ever claim to be a witness to the actual shooting?
No.
Yes, Rocco Rockwell. She is the one who mysteriously retired with 19 years, a year before full pension. And then she got a job at a neighboring county's district attorney's office as an investigator, which she left after just a few months. That tells me, folks, for you who don't know, hi, I'm Nick. I do labor law. I've been doing that for over 30 years. That tells me she got options. Option 1, quit. Option 2, be fired. And she chose to quit, in my opinion.
Okay. He did tell you that someone was in a Camaro with Jimmy Winfrey, but he could not identify that person, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, best evidence.
I mean, they can't have it both ways, Judge. They can't stop me from playing the video and then complain when I don't play the video.
Your Honor, they just saw the video, so objection is to a waste, if we want to continue and expedite.
If she can answer the question.
What's the question again? I'm sorry.
He claimed that someone was in a Camaro, the white Camaro with Jimmy Winfrey, correct?
Okay, yes.
But he couldn't identify that person.
I don't believe he stated a name.
Okay. And he claimed that at Club Compound, he saw Shannon getting into Dolly's is Jeffrey's sister, correct?
Okay, yes.
Dolly's Ford Explorer.
Yeah, I don't recall.
You know Dolly's Ford Explorer to be bluish green, correct?
I'm aware of the interview, but I don't recall off the top of my head what vehicle he stated he got into.
Okay.
It wasn't the vehicle with him, with Mr. Zachary.
You know Dolly's Ford Explorer to be bluish green, correct?
Correct, so I've heard.
Okay. Have you spoken to the bus driver who was out there that night on 285 driving Lil Wayne?
I have no reason to speak to the bus driver.
Are you aware?
Your Honor,
Lead investigator in the case never talked to the victim of the bus shooting.
I'm going to object if Mr. Shart is going to ask about another witness's testimony or anything like that.
I don't know what he's going to ask about.
Are you aware that the descriptions for the cars?
Objection, Your Honor. That would call for speculation. She said she was not out there. And hearsay.
Overruled.
Are you aware that the descriptions of the cars involved given by the bus driver were a white Corvette?
Okay, hang on, sustained with regard to hearsay at that point, yes.
Do you have any idea what the descriptions given by the bus driver were?
Objection, Your Honor. That's for the same reason, and it's irrelevant whether she knows what a description was. And Mr. Shart has no good
lead
basis for asking.
detective in that case.
She's testified that that was not her primary investigation. She didn't speak with them.
Sustained.
Did Quindarius Zachary ever put Shannon in a white truck the night of the Lil Wayne shooting?
When I interviewed him, no.
No? Okay. Do you know of Shannon Stillwell ever being charged with the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Objection, relevance and hearsay and relevance.
Sustained as to relevance.
Okay. Going to move to the discussion you had with Mr. Zachary about confessions allegedly given to him on the night of January 10th, 2015, okay?
Okay.
All right. When you're investigating a crime or talking to a witness, you would agree that it's important to nail down details, correct?
Okay.
I mean, you can feel free to disagree. It's either yes or no. I don't know what okay means.
Do I feel as though it's important to nail down
Details.
Yes.
Thank you. And at the time of this interview with with Quindarius Zachary, I know you weren't the lead investigator of the Donovan Thomas case, correct?
Correct.
That was Detective Thorpe, but you had a working knowledge of that case.
Objection, vague as to working knowledge.
Overruled.
Some parts of the investigation, yes.
You had sat down with Kenneth Copeland multiple times, right?
Correct.
And all that was prior to your meeting with Mr. Zachary, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm tuning up to 1.5 speed because even though I've been playing it in 1.25, I'm not catching up. We are still an hour and 20 minutes behind. And I want to be done with this today without making myself a 403.
And regarding these alleged confessions, you would certainly want to obtain the contextual details surrounding the confessions, correct?
Objection vague.
Overruled.
The confession as far as Mr. Thomas's death?
Yes.
And-
You'd want to know the contextual details
Objection,
surrounding the
Your Honor,
confession.
regarding alleged confession. It mischaracterizes. what-
Sustained.
As an investigator, you would want to nail down the contextual details.
Objection, contextual details as to what? Vague.
Overruled. If she doesn't understand, she can express that.
I don't understand.
You would want to know who supposedly confessed.
Objection, Your Honor. There's, again, the court sustained the objection as to alleged confession. So continuing on that.
Sustained.
Your Honor,
Sustained.
my client's presumed innocent,
Understood.
And Your Honor,
and I'm not accepting that there was any confession. So I'm going to say presumed.
Yeah.
I'm going to say
All
alleged
right,
confession.
stop. I'm going to excuse y'all.
All right, from Georgia.
All right, let's have a discussion about. Ms. Love is trying to hamstrung the cross-examination, and the judge is helping her. How is he supposed to get a proper cross-examination done if he can't use
I don't think that
evidence already in?
we'll excuse you.
If he can't use evidence already in on the record, and he can't ask because asked and answered by the prosecutor.
Yeah,
I don't give a
I
fuck
think the
about what the prosecutor asked and what the answer was. If he gets a different answer, that's important. And Beck Bixler became a member. Thank you so much. Thank you for becoming a member. That brings us to 14 new members today. Yay! Thank you. And now you also have access to all my members' only perks.
As with the word alleged, I think it's with confession.
yes.
Okay, well, I don't know what else to call what we're, I mean, I'm willing to call it whatever, except I'm not going, with all due respect, Your Honor, I'm going to not run afoul of the court, and I'm not going to call it a confession.
Yeah, I think she agrees to that. I think
then
that's what her objection is.
Well, Mr. Zachary is saying that my client, Mr. Zachary said, he's not saying it now, said that my client came up to him and said he just killed someone. I don't know what other term that Ms. Love would prefer me use. I'm willing to use another term, but I don't know what
We
else.
have another term, Ms. Love, that would,
Statement, co-conspirator hearsay, Your Honor, a confession is
we're
something
not
made
going to
to.
use that.
He's not alleging to have said anything, to law enforcement. So
I've sustained as to the word confession. Can you use the word statement?
I'm willing to do whatever Your Honor asked me to do, as long as I can say alleged.
You can, well, sure, you can say that too. Okay. Let's everybody take a break. And let's hope that at some point this afternoon, we get through this examination.
Judge Whitaker, just an hour or so, you said yourself up there that you can't have unlimited time on one part and then restrict the other. What do you call what you just said to the defense to get through it?
Mhm.
And they took a break, which means can skip ahead and maybe catch up at some point. Jury is back in.
Them, or an alleged statement to them. Interviewing is saying someone else made a statement to them or an alleged statement to them. Okay?
Okay.
I'm asking, as an investigator, you would want to obtain from the person you're interviewing contextual details about the statement that was supposedly given to them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And those contextual details would include, obviously, who said it, right?
Generally, yes.
Okay. It would include when it was said, correct?
If you're just generalizing something, yes, or if you're speaking about a specific.
As an investigator, if someone is saying, Johnny told me this, and it's about what you're investigating, you would want to know when Johnny supposedly said this to the witness, right?
Correct, but every investigation is different. So if you're speaking about context, context is not always the same in every case because every case is different.
Okay, and we're going to get into specifics in a minute, okay?
Okay.
You would want to know if anyone else was present for this statement, to know if there's any other witnesses to the statement, correct?
Generally speaking, I can't just answer that and put all of that in one box, Mr. Shard.
Well, what-
If you speak, I'm still answering.
Okay.
I can't just put all of that in one box when you just say all investigations. All investigations and all confessions or interviews are not the same.
As an investigator, when would you not want to know who else heard a statement?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Well, I was just told-
Harassing.
Correct.
Overruled.
As an investigator, when would you not want those details? Explain to me a situation where you wouldn't want those.
During cross-examination, they are allowed to lead. During cross-examination, the assumption, in my opinion, is that the state's witness is hostile towards the defense. So this is just Miss Love being a see you next Tuesday.
Details.
There's not a situation that I would not want those details, but if we're speaking about something in context, a specific incident, all investigations are not the same. Yes, the generalized who, what, when, where, how, that's essentially what you want to obtain, but sometimes that's not always known by the person that's giving the information.
Okay, but you would want to know.
That's what I just stated generally, sir.
Okay. And you'd also want to know exactly what was said, as close as possible, the wording of what was said, correct?
Correct.
All right. Okay. So let's talk about what Quindarius Zachary said other people said to him during that interview on August 5th, 2015. Okay? Quindarius Zachary claimed that Nard, Demise McMullen, confessed to him during that interview, didn't he?
Yeah.
I don't,
Yes.
With respect to the confession part,
Oh, okay.
Can you rephrase?
Yes. Quindarius Zachary, in that interview in August 2015, claimed that Demise McMullen, also known as Nard, made statements to him about the Donovan Thomas murder. Correct?
yes.
Okay. But at other parts of the interview, and I'm specifically referring to 254:33 to 254:49, he told you Nard didn't tell me nothing. Isn't that correct?
Is that within the context of the murder?
Yes.
Okay.
He also told you during the interview that he did not hear Nard say anything about it. Speaking of the Donovan Thomas shooting. Isn't that correct?
That's what he stated in the video.
Okay, so in the same interview, Quindarius Zachary told you that Nard confessed, or, well, I'm going to use his words, confessed at Thug's house. And he also told you in that same interview, Nard didn't say anything about it, and he did not hear Nard say anything about it. Isn't that correct?
That's what the video states, sir.
Okay. Quindarius Zachary said something did happen, then said it didn't happen in the same interview. You said that Quindarius Zachary was pretty consistent. That's what you said on direct.
Is that a question, or are you just stating it?
That's a question.
Okay.
On direct, you said that Quindarius Zachary was pretty consistent.
Yes.
Okay. Quindarius Zachary claiming Demise McMullen said something to him, and then later on in the interview saying Demise McMullen did not say anything to him. Do you find that to be pretty consistent?
In the majority of Mr. Zachary's interview, he was consistent with the statements that he made.
That was good enough from your point of view? Be pretty consistent?
vague.
Sustained.
Okay. Let's talk about what Mr. Zachary claimed, the statement Mr. Zachary claimed that Mr. Kendrick gave to him. You actually asked him at 2:53:26 in the interview, you asked him for contextual details. You said, exactly what did Mr. Kendrick say? Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you asked him that because you wanted to determine the exact words. Correct?
Yes.
You also wanted to ask him where this was said, when it was said, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you asked Quindarius Zachary those questions about what he was claiming Mr. Kendrick said, he never answered, did he?
I'm not certain.
Okay. Now let's talk about what Quindarius Zachary claimed my client, Mr. Stillwell, said. In this interview, you saw contextual details regarding what Mr. Stillwell supposedly said to Mr. Zachary, correct?
Whatever you feel is contextual details.
Okay, well, I want to be on the same page as you. You asked
Okay.
him where and when it occurred, correct?
Yes.
All right, and he told you at 2:51:15 in the interview that he, Mr. Zachary, and Moontoon, Mr. Sledge, had just pulled up to Thug's house, Thug's condo, correct?
Yes.
And that Shannon was planning on going to see some girls and then asked for a firearm, correct?
Yes.
And he told you at that point, before Mr. Stillwell went to see these girls, right when Mr. Zachary showed up, that's when he told Mr. Zachary.
Objection compound.
Sustained.
Okay. Mr. Zachary told you it was at this time that Mr. Stillwell supposedly stated that he caught Nut down bad.
No, I don't believe that was in that moment.
Okay, Your Honor, may I play DS41D?
You may.
And that's 2:51:15 to 2:51:45? Yep.
Where were you guys when Shannon was telling you this, and what day was it? Same day or day after?
Same night. Shannon, I walking through. I had just walked me and Moontoon had just pulled up at the house. And Shannon finna go to her girl house. And all the bullets were going out the gun. Like, he like, we ain't got no gun. They see Moontoon gun. Right. Moontoon had a little handgun. They see Moontoon gun and go to the store. Moontoon say, wait, I ain't got no bullet. And that was Shannon. Me and Shannon started talking.
Okay. After viewing that video, would you agree that Mr. Zachary's story to you was that, and Mr. Zachary also told you that he showed up at the condo around 9 p.m., correct?
Which part do you want me to answer first?
9 p.m. Is that what he said?
I don't recall him saying 9 p.m.
Okay. In that video, Mr. Zachary is telling you, after you saw contextual details, that Shannon made these statements to him when he and Moontoon pulled up to Jeffrey's condo.
And I believe in the rest of that. In context, he stated that they didn't want to say anything in front of Moontoon because Moontoon talked too much.
Okay.
So I don't believe it was in this moment when they saw your client walking in that he told him in front of Moontoon.
Well, so what's your understanding? When do you believe it occurred?
I believe he further states that he didn't tell him right in that moment that he said it in front of Moontoon.
Well, I mean, you'd want the details. So if that's not when it occurred, I'm asking you, when did this alleged statement from Mr. Stillwell occur? If not then?
You probably should have asked Mr. Quindarius that while he was on the stand.
Okay, I did.
Okay.
Are you aware, you would agree that Mr. Zachary's.
And she's so combatant because she refuses to acknowledge that she is a horrible investigator. TST gifted 10 memberships. Thank you. To Jim M, John Simmons, Such a Country Gal, Destined to Be, E. Warner, Jem, Fangirl Jen, Wendy Brewer, Sherry Wilson, and Brox Mason. Thank you so much, TST. Thank you so much. That brings us to 24 gifted memberships today. 24 new members. Thank you so much. That is so, so nice of you. Thank you.
Talking about a time before Mr. Stillwell goes to see girls that night.
Yes, when they saw him walking out of the condo is what he was talking about here.
Are you aware that that story changed in 2017?
Your Honor, I object to assuming facts not in evidence until.
Sustained.
We have played that clip, and that's in evidence with Mr. Zachary. We played the clip from 2017.
2017?
Yes.
Okay, then overruled.
Are you aware that his story about when it occurred changed when he spoke to law enforcement and district attorneys in 2017?
I was not in the gang unit in 2017.
Okay.
I was not in the gang unit in 2017.
Let's talk about what Quindara Zachary claimed Mr. Stillwell said.
Mhm.
In the 2015 interview with you, you would agree that he said Shannon told him caught nut down bad.
They
Correct.
caught nut down bad, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Zachary also claimed that Mr. Stillwell gave him details about what had occurred, told him what happened. Told him who was in the car, for instance.
Yes.
Okay, and told him about going to meet Bushi and riding around in the car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that in 2017,
Your Honor, I'm going to object. If the witness has said she wasn't there in 2017, there's no good faith basis to ask if she knows anything about it. She said she never saw the video. So I'd object to lack of foundation. No good faith basis.
Sustained.
are these changing stories pretty consistent?
Your Honor, objection.
Sustained.
Now, you were asked if, on direct, if you made any promises to Mr. Zachary. Remember that? Promises about bond or promises about a lenient sentence?
I believe so.
Okay, and you said that you don't have the authority to guarantee someone a lower sentence, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you don't have the authority as a police officer, I'm not saying you personally, but as a police officer, you don't have the authority to guarantee someone bond, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't do that. You didn't make any guarantees, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Zachary when he came to talk to you? Well, let me ask you this. In the calls, did you have any calls with Mr. Zachary before August 5th, 2015?
Before?
Yes. Like you
No.
said his family was calling. Did Mr. Zachary ever call you?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. You say you don't believe so.
No.
Okay. These family members certainly expressed to you a desire for Mr. Zachary to be released, correct?
To be released or for me to come talk to him, pick him up to talk to him?
Both.
I don't recall about a release. His family was calling, asking could I go pick him up because he wanted to speak to me.
Okay. When you got into the interview room with him, he repeatedly stated that his desire was to be released on bond, correct?
Correct.
He stated, I need to wear an ankle monitor, but he just needed to get out of jail.
Your Honor,
Correct?
I object. They've heard the interview.
I'm
And so
sorry, you've what?
I object. Best evidence. There, Mr. Shard is asking what he repeatedly stated. So they've heard the interview.
Good.
Sure, I understand
Best
that objection.
evidence.
Can you repeat your question?
Mr. Zachary, during the interview, repeatedly stated his desire to be released on bond.
And your objection is best evidence?
Yes.
Sustained.
So what? That they heard it. He should be allowed to ask questions regarding what they have been shown. Just not. Or should he be able to say directly to the jury? Do you remember when he said this? And this is not okay. And I have to say thank you to Caroline B for $15 via PayPal. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That is so nice of you.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh, she had a message as well. She says, for the sanity of everyone, too many crazy cases. Oh, yeah, I agree.
As an advocate, I'd like to be able to ask questions about the video that was just played. I think it's to highlight certain aspects.
So I've sustained the objection. You may ask a different question.
Okay. Mr. Zachary indicated to you that Summer, his girlfriend, had told him it would be in his best interest to come talk to you, correct?
Yes.
And you agreed with him. You said absolutely. Correct? Okay. Now, when we talk about corroboration, that's something that you would do after the interview, correct? Check behind details or facts or claims, correct?
Are we talking about if someone told me something?
Yes.
Yes. I would try to attempt to.
Right, but that'd be something done after the interview, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you weren't corroborating things in real time with Mr. Zachary, were you? In the interview room?
Well, if there was a piece of evidence that I had in hand, like Investigator Dennis had a video or I had phone records, I was able to corroborate in that moment. But if you're just talking about based upon just something he said that happened, no, I was sitting in the interview room with him.
Right. So you certainly weren't corroborating, I understand you had the phone record for April 28th incident, but you had those on hand during the interview, correct? The April 28th incident phone records?
Yes.
Okay. But regarding the Donovan Thomas case where you weren't the lead investigator, you didn't have materials to corroborate in real time his claims about that, did you?
Just a little break here. Folks, I don't have midstream ads because I believe it breaks the flow of the stream. So that's my gift to you. In return, I would ask of you to press the thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't. That's all I ask in return. Okay, let's get back to the trial. Thank you.
I'm trying to remember. There were some persons that we had cell phone records of that we knew were involved in retaliatory shootings. So if we would, again, obtain probable cause or a search warrant for the cell phone records, some of the persons involved, we would go back to January to see if, they were involved in any other incidents that we could corroborate.
So that involved, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So again, if it was a person that we had, some of those persons, we would go back to January to try to get some corroborating evidence.
But those materials were in relation to retaliatory shootings, as you're deeming them retaliatory shootings, not the January 10th, 2015 incident.
January 15th?
No, you had materials, you're talking about materials you had regarding, and these are your words, retaliatory shootings. Though you didn't have documents, or what you're talking about did not involve the actual January 10th, 2015 incident, involved things that happened afterwards, correct?
I cannot say for certain that the three persons, I can't say yes or no, out of the persons that we had, that we didn't go back to January the 10th of the Donovan Thomas murder. You say retaliatory shootings, which were in effect because of the murder. So of course we would go to January the 10th and not just the first date that we've known about the shooting, the retaliatory shootings.
Let me ask you this when we're talking about corroboration.
Yes, sir.
During that interview at 3:36:10, Investigator Dennis tells Quindarius Zachary, "You're doing great. You're doing a great job. I can't express to you the magnitude of what you're saying," correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at 3:36:57, during that interview, Investigator Dennis says, "These next couple of hours will determine the rest of your life," correct?
Yes.
And then, of course, Mr. Zachary asks, "Can you release me on house arrest?" Right?
Okay, yes.
And during that interview on August 5th, 2015, you told Mr. Zachary, "I'm going to get on the phone with the DA ASAP. You have my word," correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay.
All right, that was Mr. Short's cross-examination. Extremely hampered by Ms. Love and sadly by the judge. Can I put those emojis in? I don't know if I can. Where do I do that? Is it in settings? Community? I'm not entirely sure where I do that. Next up is I will research how I put more emojis. Oh, look at that. I do have some. Casper found it. All right. Next up.
Are there
I
other
believe
defense
it's
attorneys
Mr.
who have
Steele.
questions for this witness? All right.
It's still cross-examination of Ms. Gaither, and here is Mr. Steele.
Can you give us just a second?
And Miss Gaither, the most useless cop in Atlanta history, is still doing her Darth Vader impersonation.
May I?
Yes, thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Winfrey. I'd like to ask you your background, and if I'm getting too far afield, just say it's beyond your knowledge, okay? When you were doing policing and you'd obtain surveillance video images from, let's say, a business or a house, okay? I want you to focus on that. I heard you say today that you did that for the vault, the studio vault, when you watched the 10 cars go. You know what I'm talking about?
I didn't say I did it. I said investigator Dennis did.
Okay, you didn't see you didn't view the...
I viewed it, yes.
Okay. Now, in 2015,
Mhm.
that's the date I'm focused on, were there different types of memorializing or capturing of the images whereby some business can hold the data or the images for 30 days, some would hold them for a year, some 15 days? Would it just depend on the particular product that they used?
I'm not aware of any, I don't have any technological background or things to obtain video to know how long.
Technological background? That grammar gives people illnesses.
A particular system holds information.
Okay, how about this? From your experience, though, could you get a video, let's say that you were investigating something that happened a month ago? Would you go to the scene where there may be a video camera and see whether it holds 30 days or more? Have you been able to capture that type of distance, that type of time?
I've investigated cases where sometimes it holds it for 30 days, sometimes 3 days, sometimes a year. It's all dependent on that particular system or if we're talking about a specific investigation.
And when the system, we're talking about hold the images, at some point, because of storage, and if you don't know, just say, I don't know, the storage, sometimes some images fall off. It's too old to keep on the storage. Is that your experience?
I'm not an expert in technological video expert extraction, so I can't answer that.
Let's not talk just from your experience. Is there a date where it just can't hold? The people tell you, well, you find out it's too old. The data won't hold. That's what I'm asking you.
Objection, foundation.
I'm asking her experiences.
Overruled.
If you ask me if video has been overwritten, is that what,
Sure.
basically what you asked me? Yes,
Think so.
I've heard of that, yes.
I think so.
Mhm.
Okay. Have you ever dealt with a system that after, let's say, I'm using an example, 2 weeks, all the data is overwritten?
Objection, vague and relevance as to a system.
Overruled.
When you mean dealt with the system, what do you mean?
Where you're investigating, or your own system, but have experienced that all the data is gone 2 weeks from that day, it's all gone and it just starts brand new? Or is it more of a rolling system?
I'm not sure what you asked.
Let me ask a better way. I'm just using dates, okay? January 1, 2015, I'll use 15. There's a business, McDonald's.
Okay.
It holds the image, I'm making all this up, holds the image for 2 weeks, January 14th, 2015, okay?
Okay.
Have you ever had experience where on the midnight going into January 15th, 2015, everything for the last 2 weeks, in my example, from January 1st forward to January 14th at 11:59 is wiped out and we start anew? Or is it that certain parts of the system that keep rolling over? It just makes room and you keep adding the days, if you know.
I've been told on occasions, a system like I just stated, if it's longer than their saving period or cloud period, it'll overwrite itself. It won't save it. I've been told that, if that's what you.
Okay.
If I'm in-
Yeah, what they are talking about is on your on your computer, you have 100 photos. Now you want to add 5 more, but you only have room for 100 photos. Do you delete the oldest, or do you... Now, not you. Let's say the computer, you ask your computer to, I need room for 5 more pictures. Okay, what does the computer do? It takes away the 5 oldest to get room for the 5 new ones, or even more, depending on the size of it. But generally, if all the pictures are of the same size, yeah, it's called a rollover, as Eric Rose says in the chat. Yeah. So in Mr. Steele's example, on the 15th, the computer erases the video from the first. On the 16th, it erases the video from the second. On the 7th, and so on and so on. First in, first out. Yeah. Vince Clotho is here with obvious. Yeah, first in, first out. And that is, to my knowledge, how security system works. They keep the ones closest in time, but erases the oldest. Which means that when she went to get that video from that McDonald's a few days later, yeah, I think she lied.
Answering your questions.
Okay, no, that's fine. All right. Let's go back to the surveillance I just asked you about McDonald's. You and Detective Dennis interview Kenneth Copeland, and I'm just focused on the last time, or one of the last times, June 10th, 2015. Okay?
Okay.
I know Detective Thorpe is there, and ATF agents, but from that interview, you and Detective Dennis go down to the McDonald's to inquire about their surveillance. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you got the number.
Didn't she say she went there alone? I'm quite sure she testified she went there alone. Then Dennis or Thorpe or whoever claimed on the stand that, oh, they went together.
Number, the name of the person who, and you gave it to Detective Thorpe, the homicide detective on this case, to follow up.
Yes, sir.
Were you ever told by Detective Thorpe that he had already gone to the McDonald's on or about the 11th or 12th of January 2015 to look at that video?
Objection, that calls for hearsay and relevance as to whether or not Detective Thorpe ever told her that.
They're working the
He
case.
testified, right?
Yes.
Overruled.
I was not told.
Now, you were asked
Sure,
about
they went alone.
truly humble under God. You remember those questions earlier today? Or that question earlier today?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors and tell us where, in all of your work on this case involving Mr. Williams, at any time, where you ever had an interview, a conversation where you asked, or someone in your presence asked, or someone told you what Thug stands for.
There's never been a question asked of me.
With regards to the repost, and if you need to see it, please just tell me. I just have to refresh my
You said the
memory.
what?
Repost. And if you need to see it, we're going to show it to you. January 26, 2015. Mr. Garlington, you helped the jurors see it previously. It starts out with Mr. Williams. I'm not quoting. I think it is a quote, but I don't want to quote. I don't get it. People lie to their kids, lie to their mothers, lie to their... You know, okay. Do you have the number that is?
Just so you know, please do not use curse words in the chat. YouTube monitors. So I might get in trouble because I don't moderate my chat enough. So please don't. Now I will use it from time to time, but then again, it's my channel. If anybody can screw my channel up, it's me. Or at least rearrange the letters or use something, a word that reminds you of a cursive word. Okay? Thank you. No worries.
You want to have just one moment?
Next.
Thank you. I'm going to, the state is helping me out, Ms. Hilton's helping me out. Can I ask other questions in the meantime? Okay, they're helping me out, so we'll come
Yes,
back to that. Okay. Do you remember being shown State's Exhibit number 526YY, if you could help me out, Mr. Atkins? And with the court's permission, this is already in evidence. And just orient yourself with it if you don't mind. This is already in evidence. It's the number I just announced. And do you remember this?
Why? I didn't think that's in evidence. Is that
I
what you
hope-
said?
I believe that's, you admitted it.
You said it would be admitted if tendered. I don't believe it was tendered.
It was tendered today, in my.
No.
Okay, I'm moving on.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. This, it's been called several things, gang war, beef. You testified earlier, and please correct me. I do not look into transcript. This started from your investigation approximately fall 2014. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Now, you have information through your investigation that the fall, well, let's establish the fall. Approximately we're in the fall now, September, October, November, December, something like that. 2014, would you say that's the fall?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you know that Jeffrey Williams was with Donovan Thomas, friendly with Donovan Thomas in the months of September, October, November, December, January 2000, well, those are 2014 going into 2015. Fair to say?
I don't know that for certain.
You were told that.
Not necessarily, no.
You saw pictures? I'm sorry if there's an objection.
I don't.
You saw pictures?
Saw pictures of what?
Instagram pictures, postings, concert flyers
Of what, sir?
of Mr. Williams and Mr. Donovan Thomas together.
During those times of October, November?
Fall 2014, September, October, November, December, going into beginning of January.
I don't recall.
Your Honor, that was really compound, so.
Overruled.
I don't recall seeing any pictures during that time. You mean posted?
Sure.
I'm asking.
Wasn't she asked about those when she was here in April? There's so much crap going on in this trial. I forget what happened with which useless cop.
Social media.
Hold on. I'm asking you, do you mean, did I see pictures of them in October, September, December of 2014? Like at that exact time?
Are you asking
Yes.
if she saw the pictures then, or if she
Oh.
eventually saw pictures from them?
The second one.
If I eventually saw pictures of them, I believe I have that it was videos or something like that.
Okay. And same question, though.
Yes, sir.
Not as complicated. Rich Homie Quan, you know who that is, Mr. Lamar?
I've heard of them, yes.
Same thing, performing with Mr. Williams in the fall 2014, going into January 2015.
I don't know of exact dates, no.
All right. Okay. Now, Mr. Zachary told you, when we watched it, he told you that this was really a battle, whatever word, war with, he called him Woody, but Kenneth Copeland, and he said Shell Kel, but Mr. Kelvin Watts. True?
Yes.
And that Jeffrey and Donovan Thomas were friends during this. True?
I don't recall him saying they were friends.
Okay, I'm going to get you some. Do you know the transcript, or would you like to see the recording?
Whatever you want to show me.
And now Miss Love can't object because the witness itself asked to be reminded. Hey, look at that. Vince Clotho with another super chat says, I won't use crossy words if people don't use boomer as a pejorative. Own your own mistakes, people. Yeah. I'm calling it boomer moments because I forget things. And I'm at the age where I'm not actually a boomer. What am I? What generation is? Oh, I'm Gen X, apparently. I have no idea what that is, what that means. I'm me. But thank you so much, Vince Clotho, for your $5. Thank you so much. Oh, crap. Okay. Oh, speaking of Gen X moments, I was supposed to press the button to edit, and I pressed the trash can. Ah. Where were we? I think we were at 24 gifted memberships. And yeah, I will recreate the basics for the banner that is down there because I accidentally Gen X'd it.
Do you remember, I'm going to have to find it for a second. Do you remember Mr. Zachary telling you that Jeffrey's not involved in Donovan Thomas's killing?
I believe he stated he didn't know that it happened until after it happened.
Did he tell you, do you remember the prosecutor asking you about whether Jeffrey didn't give an F about Donovan Thomas's death, and then Mr. Zachary giving an answer? Do you remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was actually Detective Dennis who said that Jeffrey didn't give a F. True?
I don't.
Your Honor.
Okay.
Withdrawn.
Your Honor, can I play Jeffrey Williams 263D, as in David, and it's from a clip from the August 5, 2015 video.
Is
That's
this
in
the thing you're
evidence.
circling back to, or is this the thing you were just asking about?
One more time? It's what I've been talking about just now. And that
Right,
states
there-
Exhibit 531Y.
And that's with regard to the question that's on the floor that I don't think got answered?
Right, I think that
Okay.
the Detective Gates said, I don't remember.
Okay,
it.
I can, yes, you may. I can hear
You could just listen to this first.
Yeah.
I'm not saying my specific age because sadly Sweden has a system where you can calculate our social security number by knowing the age where you were born and where you were born. So let's just say I'm Gen X, apparently, whatever that means.
What do you thought they were gonna get y'all down there? What was Thug like?
Shit, he normal.
He didn't get no fuck.
I mean, he killed her like why did they kill Nuts like? But then down here they told him that Nuts said it's a goal. It really wouldn't be holding back stuff.
Does that sound right? On what was played earlier today or yesterday?
That's what we played. Yes.
Okay, and that's Detective Dennis asking Mr. Zachary in your presence what was a thug like, meaning after the death of Donovan Thomas, right?
Yes.
And the answer, Mr. Zachary said, SHI, he was normal. Is that what you just heard?
Yes.
And then Detective Dennis said he didn't give no FU blank K, right?
Yes.
And then Mr. Zachary said, I mean, he cared. Like, why did they kill Nut? Like, but then I guess they told him that Nut said it's a go. They really be, and would he really be holding back? Is that what you heard?
Sure. I think we all heard it.
Okay. So when the prosecutor was asking you earlier that Jeffrey Williams was, this is my word, insensitive. That's not what Mr. Zachary said, right?
I object to the mischaracterization of anything that,
All right, well, the questions aren't evidence anyway, and he said it was his word, so overruled.
That he was insensitive. I don't recall hearing that.
And it said that, I guess, they told him, Nut said it's a go. But Woody really be holding back? And it goes on to Woody lies, or little Mr. Copeland, right? Lies to Jeffrey. That's what it was about, correct?
I don't believe he said Woody lies to Mr. Williams.
Now, with regards to what you know from looking at social media, Jeffrey Williams put forth a rest in peace social media platform announcement, didn't he?
What are we talking about again?
January 11th, 2015, very early in the morning, 3 or 4 in the morning. You're aware that Jeffrey Williams paid tribute to Donovan Thomas, right?
I'm not aware.
You've never seen that posting?
Your Honor, the witness has answered, so I object to answered and assuming.
I'm not aware.
Can I refresh your memory with something? Can I show you the posting, or you don't know? You've never seen it?
Your Honor, I object to this testifying. The witness said she.
Not testifying, overruled.
I don't recall seeing it.
Okay. Can Mr. Kokomo approach?
For the purpose of potentially refreshing the witness's recollection?
Yes.
Do you think that something might refresh your recollection, Sergeant Gaither?
He can show me what I don't recall.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Can you bring it up? Can you go up? Look so.
You recognize that social media
Your Honor,
posting?
I'd ask that that question not be the question, but whether her memory is refreshed as to whether she ever saw any
Okay.
social. Your Honor, with
Does that
the
refresh
question-
your memory?
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, but not in that context. Context that you're using it for, sir.
Okay, you've seen that posting before?
I've seen that posting on Nuts page before, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I am moving for the admission of Mr. Williams, number
Your Honor,
42.
I'd ask to approach and I'll
Okay.
tell the court why.
You're gonna need a restroom
Oh,
break anyway? Yeah, we're gonna get it.
finally. Oh, please make it so. I haven't seen this part at all. I haven't heard about this part at all. But the defense has had so much issues getting their own pictures in because of Glanville. Finally, we might see a change in that. And thank you to Jessica for your $10 super sticker, which is a cat saying thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Both me and Mr. Jingles says thank you. Hey, hello, Mr. Jingles. Don't we? Don't we, Mr. Jingles? Don't we both said thank you? Can you say thank you? Let's see if you can say thank you. Oh, scratchy, scratchy, scratchy. Oh. Hey. Let's see if Mr. Jingles can say thank you. Can you say thank you? Look how happy Mr. Jingle is. Look at this happy cat. Aren't you a happy cat? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Look how happy he is. Oh, he's going to kill me. Oh, sidebar. Sidebar. That brings us to sidebar counter 286. Oh, and that was Jessica's first super on the live stream. Thank you, Jessica. I'm very honored. I'm very, very honored. Thank you so much. Why is my alarm going off at this time? Hold on while I go check. And I'm back. Okay, sorry. I have no idea why my alarm went off. Skip ahead.
The posting the words. What you were just shown by Mr. Kokomo?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen that entire posting before?
I've seen the photograph before.
How about the words underneath the posting the words underneath the photograph?
I don't recall the exact words, but I have seen the actual photograph before.
Okay, I understand the photograph. Now, have you also read the content that went with the photograph if you saw that as a posting?
And Your Honor, again, I object based on what I stated at the bench.
Do you mean ever? Can you ask that more specifically?
Sure. During your investigation, or tell us at any time, not today, have you seen and read that entire posting before? That's my question to you.
I don't recall what any of the captions stated for the picture, but I do recall seeing the picture before.
Okay, let's put aside the picture just for a moment.
Sir, I just answered that I don't recall the exact words of the captions, but I have seen that photograph posted to Mr. Thomas's Instagram page.
I understand it. Put aside the picture. Have you read, I'm saying you don't have a verbatim memory, have you read that posting that went along with the picture while during this investigation? That's my question.
Your Honor, number one, I object. The witness has stated that she's seen the photograph on Donovan Thomas's page. She has not seen the photograph in the context that was presented to
How
her.
do we know? This is inappropriate.
Sustained. You may re-ask the question. You overruled. You may answer that question if you know.
On your oath, have you seen the photograph that you already identified along with that posting, those words? That's my question. At any time during the investigation related to this case?
I have seen the photograph and I have seen a caption under the photograph. I do not recall what the caption actually stated.
Okay, what you read today from Mr. Kokomo, is that refresh your memory of what you previously saw or read?
It does not.
All right.
You lying. You liar, Miss Gaither. You're a liar. That is all too obvious that you are a lying. You are Miss Love Light. Or Diet Miss Love. Well, looking at your pictures, diet is not the right word, but... And I can say that because I'm fat too.
Okay, let's go to back to the interview on August 5. You were told by Mr. Zachary that when people made statements to him about this murder and who was involved, Jeffrey had already left the condo. True?
Can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Mr. Zachary told you during the interview that the jurors heard, we watched together, that you were present for, that when Mr. Zachary was supposedly told by people that they were involved in this homicide, Mr. Williams had already left his condominium.
I believe that may be true.
With regards to the bus tour shooting, it's April 26, 2015. Mr. Zachary told you that Jeffrey Williams was not involved in that bus tour shooting, of the Lil Wayne bus tour, right?
He said he was not there, yes.
not there and didn't know about it until the next day.
Correct.
In fact, Mr. Zachary went further and said that Jeffrey Williams idolizes Dwayne Carter or Little Wayne, right?
Yes.
When asked whether Jeffrey Williams is the leader of a criminal street gang, YSL, Mr. Zachary said, no, he is not, right?
I don't recall asking that or hearing that.
Let me show you, give me 1 second. You're on me for a second.
You may.
I don't recall means it should be getting in according to the judge and the prosecution's logic. Because if she were there, I do not recall means you can play it.
No. Yeah. Play from. We're going to play from the same exhibit that's in evidence, Your Honor. Court permission states 531Y. Mr. Kokomo's giving me none. Your Honor, 263.
Okay. For general knowledge, it is almost 10:30 here in Sweden, and it's a bit chilly. So, Bucky's onesie time. I might do this as a grift that if we reach $100 in super chats, gifted memberships, and PayPal on the stream, I put on the Bucky's onesie. Yes, this is a Bucky's onesie. I actually found one. It's a bit snug. It's just a double XL, but I don't mind. It's like I'm hugging myself.
I went 263G as a go fair and 263H as a now. May Mr. Kokomo play it, Your Honor?
You may, he may.
Before they play that. Yes, I do law. Yes, I take my work very, very seriously. I'm also at the age where I have a very, very limited amount of Fs to give. So, once in a while, I make an ass of myself. I don't mind.
Do you think that Thug ordered that? On the charge against nothing? I told him they're trying to get his name.
Yeah, there it was. Do you think? Let's play that again.
Do you think that Thug ordered that? On the charge against nothing? I told him they're trying to get his name.
Do you think Thug ordered that hit? And he says no. When I get back to the United States, I'm going to buy more of these because if one is in the wash, I need to have another one.
So there's like no sanctions. If some shit happens, and I'm from Chicago, so I know about gang life and all that stuff. So if there's something done without quote unquote permission from the higher ups, it ain't no kind of who said so higher. I mean that's just what I heard.
You should. Who the boss then? Who run YSL?
He wouldn't even when he started YSL.
Who started?
My brother and Slug. Tay Slug. Yeah.
What about DJ?
They did it because they were my Thug. I'm telling you who started. Tay Slug and some, like 3 more they friends. That these people they all they grew up together who started. All of them started. Then they Slug, he loved Thug, so he told Thug what's going on, and Thug just ran with it.
Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
And in that section, that is Jeffrey 1263 G and H, and there's a break in there. I apologize, but that was continuous, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's where Mr. Zachary is asked whether Jeffrey ordered the killing of Mr. Thomas, right?
Yes.
And his answer is no, right?
Yes.
And you explained, I'm from Chicago, and that you need permission from higher ups. I'm not quoting you, but something like that. And Mr. Zachary said, who said that his word is Thug? I call him Jeffrey, is the higher. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. And then you said, that's just what I heard. And then Mr. Zachary said, he's not the boss. He's not the higher. Something like that, right?
Well, Mr. Zachary went into who started it. Just because you don't start a gang doesn't mean you're not a leader.
Yeah, but Mr. Zachary also told you throughout this entire meeting with you that Jeffrey Williams was not involved in the killing of Donovan Thomas. In fact, he learned about it later, right?
Yes, he stated that.
And that Mr. Williams was not involved, as we just said, in the shooting of the Little Wayne bus tour, right?
Yes, he stated that.
And in fact, that Jeffrey Williams rented cars for a lot of people, right?
I don't recall a lot of people, those words.
Rented cars for others. Do you remember that conversation? The topic coming up?
Not renting cars for others, no.
Remember Mr. Zachary explaining that he and Mr. Copeland were in a rental car together?
Yes, and they spun out on the expressway.
And they got in the crash.
Mhm.
And Mr. Copeland was the last person Mr. Zachary saw with that car, the rental car. So I want to talk about the Infinity.
No, that's not what he stated.
He didn't say that?
That's not what he stated, no, sir.
What did he say?
He stated that Mr. Williams gave the car to Nard, Shannon, Yak, and Doo-Wop, is what he stated.
He said that his manager rented the car, right?
Amina, yes.
And that he allowed others to drive the car, right?
And he went along to state the names, yes.
Okay. And also that he would let others use his cars. Did he not say that?
I don't specifically, that one part of it, no, I don't remember him saying that.
All right. The Sprinter van. Remember those Sprinter vans that we talked about?
Yes, sir.
And the Sprinter van, did you do any type of investigation or get any information when they were summoned, hired, rented?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you did know that.
And here we go on the absolute horseshit investigation she actually did. And Mr. Thorpe did. And Mr. Dennis. Absolute horseshit investigation. They didn't really check up on anything.
Jeffrey Williams, Mr. Zachary told you, had performances in the state of Florida.
That's what he stated.
And that's why it was already pre-planned to go to Florida around the 10th of January, 11th of January, 2015, 12th of January, right?
He never said anything about a pre-plan.
He didn't say that it was already, people were already going?
No, he stated Mr. Williams had a show or something, and then they all decided to go. It wasn't a pre-plan.
Okay. That Jeffrey Williams stopped associating with some of these people a short time after the killing of Donovan Thomas.
What's your question?
That's my question. That's what he told you.
No, I don't recall that.
Yes, he did. And yes, you remember.
You remember Mr. Zachary?
Now you're just
stating
lying.
that Thug had stopped messing with everybody. You remember that? Do you remember that shortly after the murder? If you don't remember, it's fine.
He didn't say it in the context shortly after the murder. Thug stopped messing with everybody. That wasn't the context in what he said that in.
What do you believe the context is?
If you have the transcripts to refresh my memory, I can read them to you. But that was not the context of it.
Okay. Did Mr. Zachary tell you that he doesn't, by August 5, 2015, doesn't speak with Jeffrey Williams? He can't get in touch with him?
He stated that he hadn't seen him in a minute.
Up until you left the gang task force in March of 2016.
Yes, sir.
When was the last time Jeffrey Williams had any contact with Mr. Copeland, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
How about Mr. Zachary?
I don't know.
Mr. Garlington?
I don't know Mr. Jeffrey's contacts or speaking to anybody involved in this case.
How do you not know that when you have been on the stand for days on end testifying about how amazing you are as an investigator?
There was a portion of this meeting with Mr. Zachary and you and Detective Dennis, and I believe Detective Thorpe, whereby Detective Dennis says something to the effect of YSL is a gang as well as something else. Do you know what he said?
No.
I'm going to play this and tell us if you can assist us, okay? Your Honor, this is states Jeffrey Williams, it states 531Y, same interview, Jeffrey Williams 263I, as in ice cream, it's 3/18/14 to 3/18/21. Do you know what he was saying, if you heard?
Now, can you play that again?
So YSL is a gang, but it's also a cult. Yeah. Just for the record.
I don't know what he said.
Now, I'd like to show you, with the state's permission and assistance, states 447Y. And tell me this is what I asked you earlier that you introduced.
Mhm.
Tell me if this refreshes your memory. You remember this?
This a video?
Yes.
You can play it.
We could play it if you want, but do you remember seeing this before?
I don't recall if you play it. It's just at this point a screenshot. If you play it, I can tell you if I remember it or not.
Okay, play the first part of it if you don't mind.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell the God honest truth. Don't get it. Y'all nigga need to get fucking killed, bro. You snitching bitches. From me and YSL.
Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on there, we have in the background, Mr. Sledge speaking, right? You hear his voice?
I heard a voice, yes.
You don't recognize it, Mr. Sledge?
Not with 100% certainty, no.
Okay. Mr. Martinez-Arnold's voice?
Not with 100% certainty.
All right. You see where it says repost WizApp?
No,
Should be on your screen. Center
it's
bottom.
not on it. Oh, now I can see it. Yeah, now I can see it.
Okay. And do you know what that means? Did you do any investigation into what that means?
What means?
Yeah.
What?
Repost WizApp.
I believe it's some type of app
Do you know what repost means?
to repost something on the social media, meaning
Did you ever do any investigation to determine the date or date?
Oh, yeah. This has been brought up before. I'm surprised that Ms. Love doesn't object. This is something the prosecution claims happened after Donovan Thomas killing. That original of that posting is from before.
Dates that this was previously posted?
no.
Do you know when State's Exhibit number 447Y was actually made?
I don't recall.
Do you know whether it was made before the Donovan Thomas shooting?
I don't recall the date when it was made or posted, reposted.
Did you do anything in your memory to find out and look into when was this actually created?
I had no reason to.
How come?
It's not against the law to make a video or repost it.
You're a damn investigator, and you claim you do not have there's no law that absolute twat.
With regards to you're working with Detective Thorpe, Homicide Investigator Thorpe and the gang unit, including you, are both looking into the investigation into the killing, the shooting of Donovan Thomas and related matters. Fair?
To a certain extent.
And were you kept abreast at times of what Detective Thorpe was doing on the case?
Not all the time, no.
Okay. Did you at times keep Detective Thorpe abreast of what you were doing on the case?
If it was something that I felt was pertinent to his investigation, yes, I would tell him if we found out
Were you
if we found out new information that I felt would help him, yes, I would tell him.
Did you were you aware at and around October 20th, 2015, until the day that you left the gang unit, that Detective Thorpe swore out warrants for Kenneth Copeland for the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Was I aware the day? No. The day that he did it? No.
Were you aware of it at the time before you left the gang unit?
At some point I didn't know. It wasn't. At some point I did find out that he obtained warrants.
All right. And when you spoke with and you interviewed Kenneth Copeland several times, right?
Yes.
And also you looked into his criminal conduct, fair to say? You investigated him, right?
In regards to what?
Anything.
If it was criminal activity or?
Criminal activity.
Your Honor, I object this to vagueness.
I'll be specific. You went to his house on June 10, 2015 and arrested him along with other agents.
Yes.
And those agents also were FBI, that's wrong, ATF agents, federal agents, right?
Correct.
And you located, with permission, in the car outside his home and Ms. Gordon's home, you found some electronic devices, computers, stolen identification, things like that, correct?
Objection relevance.
Is there relevance to that? Okay, we'll see. Overruled for now.
Yes.
And that rental car, it was a rental car, that these items were found in, right?
I don't recall if it was a rental or not.
Do you remember Ms. Quarterman's mother rented the car?
I just stated I don't recall if it was a rental car or not.
Do you remember testifying in this trial previously and watching a video?
Of what?
Maybe you didn't watch a video. Do you remember testifying previously? Or did you ever tell Kenneth Copeland, you can get Ms. Quarterman's mother in trouble because she rented that car and there's stolen items in the car? Do you remember that conversation?
I don't. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but at this moment, I don't remember that it was a rental car.
All right. Now, do you remember going back to the August 5, 2015 interview with Mr. Zachary, that he explained that there was a video posted on social media of Mr. Sledge or Moontunk and Mr. Zachary, and it was made threatening Mr. Kelvin Watts, Michelle Kell, do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember Mr. Zachary explaining that that was all about trivia?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember Mr. Zachary denying being slime? Remember that conversation taking place?
Yes.
And he saying that there are no rules or loyalty to slime. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember that Mr. Copeland, according to Mr. Zachary, same August 5, 2015, Mr. Copeland and Mr. Sledge or Moontunk shot Mr. Watts or Kelvin Watts on MLK? Remember him telling you that?
Yes.
And do you remember that Mr. Zachary shared with you that Mr. Copeland shot at the TGI studios?
Yes.
And do you remember that Mr. Kelvin Watts or Shell Kell, Mr. Zachary explained, was shot twice, first by Mr. Sledge and then by Mr. Sledge and Mr. Copeland? You remember that?
That he was shot twice? I mean, two separate incidents?
I'm going to do two separate incidents. Yes, he was shot. Mr. Kelvin Watts or Shell Kell was shot first by Mr. Sledge and Mr. Copeland. You remember him saying that? Mr. Zachary saying that?
I don't remember him saying two separate incidents. I remember him saying that he was shot at on Martin Luther King, but not not shot at first and then a second incident.
Do you remember a second time Mr. Kelvin Watts was shot at by Trevante? Remember Mr. Zachary telling you that?
Okay, yeah.
I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
All right. Now, you stated earlier that the way I understood it, it would be bad form to allow potential witnesses to get together and speak before law enforcement officers spoke with them. Do you remember something like that?
Bad form? What do you mean bad form?
It's bad procedure. The witnesses can taint each other if they get together.
Yes, I believe that to be true.
And that's why at times when police come onto a scene, they try to separate, if they can, witnesses. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Because you want the most pure statement from each witness and not some sort of, even innocently, tampering or tainting of witnesses.
Correct, the independent recollection of the incident.
Now, in this case, do you remember on June 10th, 2015, explaining to Mr. Copeland that you and your coworkers needed to corroborate, that's a bad word though, but needed to find whether there was information to support what he was saying about other people? Do you remember having those conversations with him?
Yes.
And do you remember Mr. Copeland saying Mr. Garlington would be a good source of corroboration?
I do.
Something like that?
Yes.
And do you remember Detective Thorpe, your coworker, whatever, APD, homicide, lead homicide detective on this matter, being present with you and Detective Dennis during this time? About
I'm not saying he wasn't, but I don't recall.
Do you remember it being discussed where Detective Thorpe, in your presence, and Detective Dennis explained that he would allow Mr. Copeland and Mr. Garlington to speak on a non-recorded line before Mr. Garlington spoke to the police?
This is what Investigator Thorpe said? No, I don't recall that.
Okay. This is already in evidence.
First she says, oh, this is crucial. And then she just sits there in the interview room, listening to Thorpe saying this, and just allows it to happen. This is police corruption. They are so desperate to find anything that they just break the rules.
You have it? I need the number. You want to have one moment?
Skipping ahead.
I want to continue on with June 10, 2015 interview between you and Mr. Copeland and other investigators. Do you remember from the McDonald's, Mr. Copeland explained that he's at the McDonald's shortly after the murder. I'm not 8 o'clock. I'm not sticking to that time, but something like that on January 10, 2015.
Yes.
And do you remember him explaining that he's in a car with Mr. Garlington and Mr. Demise McMullen or Nard?
Yes.
And he is following Mr. Slade, no, that's wrong, Mr. O.G. Bentley or Kelvin Treadwell's car to Jeffrey Williams' Sky House condo. Do you remember that?
I don't remember him stating he was following someone.
Okay. Kokomo, can I break your thought? Mr. Kokomo, can I break your thought? Your Honor, this is already in evidence. It states 278YE as in Aaron, and this is Jeffrey Williams 240II, and this is 9:58:14 a.m. to 9:58:46 a.m. II.
So, we don't get spell it. Wait, are they following y'all? Nah, they don't follow them. Okay, so y'all follow them. Yeah, but when you told me, hell no, I didn't follow them. But I said, you didn't get coming. I'm trying to keep defense with the head going on. So we followed the door. They stay downtown on Scout. That's it. I found them down. So I found them down. I see the door to get up. So now they got covered.
Were you able to understand that?
Yeah, I remember this in the video.
Okay. And is it accurate to say, I'm not saying it's accurate in life, but is it accurate to say Mr. Copeland told you that he was following Mr. O.G. Bentley's car to the Sky House where Jeffrey Williams lives?
He said them. I don't remember him saying O.G. Bentley or Bentley's name.
Okay. Let's do this.
This is a very good point from James Phipps. They mocked Woody and QZ for selective memory like this. Her original cross-examination was actually worse, if you can believe it. Yes, it was. It was absolute horseshit. And Woody does not have a particular schooling or education. QZ has diagnosis and addiction, or, well, he's under the influence. What is Miss Gaither's excuse? That she is an incompetent jackass? Well, yeah, but you can't say that.
This one, then it might put in context. Your Honor, it's the same State's Exhibit 278YE. This is Jeffrey Williams 240JJ. The times are 2:57:47 to 2:57:58 p.m.
When the business pull up, you didn't say Billy's name. Yeah, he was driving a white truck. He even went to them to the Chicago. I didn't say. Okay. So they called Billy.
Were you able to understand that?
This was two separate times of the interview.
Correct. You're saying that this is not from the McDonald's to the Sky House?
So I don't know where you're going with this. I'm kind of confused. You're showing two different clips with two different contexts.
Well, if you don't remember, that's fine.
I just stated I'm confused because this is two separate clips from two totally separate parts of the interview.
Sure. Sure. But does this help you, to help the jury, that Mr. Copeland told you that he followed Mr. O.G. Bentley or Calvin Treadwell to Jeffrey's home from the McDonald's? If it doesn't help you, just say.
Sir, we all just heard him just say that, but in the context that you're putting it in, it's a little confusing because this is two separate parts of the interview.
It doesn't matter which part of the interview it is. Did he say it or not? It's not that hard unless you are a blabbering moron.
Interview.
Well, from your knowledge of the interview and this case, is that what Mr. Copeland said?
That's what he just stated on there, yes.
Okay. Then I want to go back to the original question I asked about the allowing Mr. Copeland to speak with Mr. Garlington on a non-recorded line, okay?
I don't believe I stated.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Judge. May we approach briefly, please?
Yes.
Okay, and we have a sidebar. Which brings us to sidebar counter 287.
And also, quite
Okay, what's going on now?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask you to address the witness and speak to the witness, and also, quite frankly, to speak to the DA as well. Because of the way everyone is positioned, they're obviously closer to the jury than anybody else. Their microphones are live, and what they say can be picked up on a microphone a couple of times.
Sorry, who? What the state says at their table?
And what the witness is saying. And there have been at least 3 occasions where the witness has either before or after a question muttered something and said something into the microphone that can be picked up.
Well, I certainly haven't heard it. I can barely hear the answers.
I am not the only one who's heard it. At that last exchange, I heard her say something, I couldn't make out what she said, into the microphone. I guess she was frustrated after the question, and it's being picked up by a microphone. And if I can hear her muttering over here, whatever she's saying can be heard to the jury. And it's just inappropriate. I think it's simple enough to tell her to not make any extraneous comments that can possibly be picked up by the jury. Same thing for the state. And we've actually addressed this before prior to this court's involvement in the case, where there have been times where the state, either out of frustration or who knows why they're doing it, says something, or they're making faces and they're saying something that can be picked up by the microphone. And because they're that close to the jury, I'm sure the jury can hear it too. So I'm just asking, as I've asked before, and as they have been told before, to be mindful of the things that they say and the fact that it can be picked up by the jury.
Yeah, this is a continuous issue with Miss Love doing faces, making remarks. And this witness, Miss Gaither, I saw this over at Twitter. She's really nasty towards the defense. To the point where I would not complain if she was held in contempt of court.
Just to supplement, I can't say that I heard this because I was in the middle of everything, but I've been told by multiple sources that once my cross-examination was finished and Mr. Steele was going to begin, the witness said horrible.
Horrible?
Horrible.
What? Okay.
And she's
well,
sitting
you know
right
what?
next
If
to the jury.
witness and or the state is saying things like that and the jury hears them, I cannot imagine that reflects well on either of them.
Your Honor, I have to say, I would ask that presumptions based on assertions by counsel for opposing for the defendants not be taken as true and then spoken as if they are by this honorable court.
That is Miss Love telling the judge that the defense are liars. Because they have a candor to court. They can't lie to her. Now, of course, Miss Love shouldn't be able to lie either. But she does. And that is, you know others as you know yourself, is a saying. And that means that since she knows that she is a lying liar who lies, then everybody else is.
Because I have no idea what Mr. Adams is talking about. I have not heard any mutterings. I don't know what Mr. Shard is talking about. The state does not have the luxury to sit here and say what it believes someone from the defense is doing without it being cut off quickly. So I'd ask that the court not act on what is being asserted by counsel for the defendants as we stop these proceedings to address something nobody heard, but apparently Mr. Adams.
Fortunately, this trial is televised.
And Your Honor,
you know what? I'm going to stick with what I said before, which is if a witness wants to present themselves in that way in front of the jury, that is a reflection on that witness, and the jury can evaluate that. So no, I'm not going to advise her or any other witness one way or, well, depends on what they say. And I didn't actually.
Seriously, Judge? Snide remarks? How about, no, that's just bullshit. That's plain bullshit.
Hear anything, but no, if she wants to make derogatory comments, then that is a poor reflection on her, and the jury, if they heard it, will notice it. And to the extent, I mean, was that basically just about this witness?
It was about the witness and about the prosecution. And let's
Who's
be clear.
doing this, or you believe is doing something like this right now?
Yes, and who has done it before. I'm not just saying that. The court has addressed it before because it's happened before. So we're not making this up. She was admonished previously by the prior court to stop doing that.
And you're saying she's doing it again, and it is making faces and or comments.
Making faces, making comments. It can be picked up by the microphone. These mics are live. And as Mr. Shard pointed out, luckily, this trial is being televised and live streamed.
I don't know why that's lucky, because the jury's not going to watch the live stream.
I'm not talking about it. I'm saying.
I mean, the jury is the one deciding this case.
The person making the complaint about the behavior is the defendants. And I'm in support of what I'm saying. I'm telling you that we are not the only ones who have noticed this. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well,
Your Honor, and I would ask, I have asked that the microphone not be close to counsel's table over here behind, so that.
Which microphone are y'all even talking about?
Anyone.
It's the one in front of you, Miss Love, not the ones behind you. You absolute blabbering fool.
One that can pick up conversation at state's table, because I'm not trying to have our
No, it shouldn't be. You all, any attorneys ought to be able to talk to each other at their table privately without anything being picked up. So I don't know if that means y'all want to turn off your mic, because we're in a big awkward courtroom where nobody can hear anybody sometimes, but then apparently people can hear mutterings under the breath other times. So
we have it off. I've unhooked this, even though it was off. I don't want anything said at council table heard,
All right,
period.
and then I don't know what the situation is with the mics that are on the back table, whether those are off.
No,
They're offline
Okay.
sometimes. What we learned the last time is that mic is on,
That mic being the podium mic, which has to be on.
so we have to be more conscious. Sometimes the podium mic can pick up our conversation because we're closest to.
Mr. Maurice has something to add, and maybe he knows because he's a media guy.
Y'all not picking up her conversations. We can't hear a witness. She's left a couple remarks towards the end of her.
Y'all, I guess because y'all are plugged straight into the system, y'all get to hear way more than we get to through the ambient air.
But we're not picking up any of their conversations.
Okay.
So
Okay, well, I mean, I wish we could hear as well as the live stream apparently can, but there's nothing that can be done about that. All right, anybody need to use the restroom while we're on a break? Go ahead and do that now. And do we, I mean, it doesn't matter, I guess, but do we think we'll get through this witness today? Are there going to be other defense attorneys with cross? And then is there going to be redirect? I guess we'll just see what happens, but,
To answer your question, at this point, no.
okay.
Yeah, that at least Ms. Love did correct. She really doesn't want to redirect this witness because that would be food for recross. All right, let's skip ahead. Oh, look at that. We're almost done with Miss Gaither for this time around.
Anything to Kelvin Treadwell or OG Bentley, you remember being told that he took guns that were used in this killing?
Yes.
And do you have anything to corroborate that OG Bentley or Kelvin Treadwell took guns that were involved in this killing?
No, other than what Mr. Zachary said, no.
And with regards to Kelvin Treadwell or OG Bentley, if you know through your investigation, did he have a child with Donovan Thomas's sister?
That's what I heard.
And did he have a second child with Donovan Thomas's sister a year plus after the death, God forbid, of Donovan Thomas?
I don't know.
I want to go back to Florida, January 11, 12, 13, that time range, shortly after, the days after and the weeks maybe after Mr. Thomas, God forbid, was the victim of this homicide. And I want you to lock in on that, okay? Tell the jury through your investigation where Jeffrey Williams was staying in the state of Florida while he was working.
I was not the lead investigator on Donovan Thomas's homicide, so therefore I would not be able to answer that.
You or your teammates, tell the jurors where he was staying, that information.
I don't know.
I can't hear you.
I don't know.
Was Jeffrey Williams, do you have any information, Jeffrey Williams was staying in the state of Florida in the same location as Kenneth Copeland?
I don't have any information that Jeffrey Williams was even in Florida. Confirmed information that he was even there.
Did you ever, the cell phone records you got at Jeffrey Williams' phone?
I did not get cell phone records for Jeffrey Williams' phone.
Did your partners get cell phone records for Jeffrey Williams' phone?
I can't speak what anybody else did. I did not get records for Mr. Williams' phone.
Did you ever plot, you, maybe not, but your coworkers, Jeffrey Williams' phone going to Florida?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. The witness has asked and answered multiple times.
Yeah, but also, these investigators have testified that they worked closely together and interacted in each other's cases. So the questions are proper.
Times, and has stated she does not know of any records or does not know of Mr. Williams' whereabouts. Asked and answered is the objection.
Sustained.
Do you know where Kenneth Copeland was staying in the state of Florida?
I don't.
How about any of the other people? We could list them singly or collectively. Demise McMullen.
I don't know where any member of YSL was staying while they were in Florida
How
in
about
January
this?
2015.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I interrupted.
No, I'm not finished. Did you get that, man?
What was Jeffrey Williams' schedule on the 11th of January 2015, the 12th, the 13th, the 14th, the 15th, the 16th, the 17th, et cetera?
I don't know.
Did you ever look into that?
No.
Did you ever speak with Jeffrey Williams' manager?
No.
Did you ever speak with his lawyers?
I had no reason.
I'm talking about business lawyers.
I had no reason.
Did you ever speak with the accountants?
I had no reason.
You went through Jeffrey Williams' financial records, correct?
No.
You never did that?
I never did that.
Did you have somebody do that?
I didn't have anyone look into any financial records for Mr. Williams.
Did you get his financial records? You or a member of your team?
I can't speak for what anyone else did.
To your knowledge.
I don't know. I did not, sir.
How much contact through your investigation did Jeffrey Williams have with Kenneth Copeland or Mr. Zachary or Demise McMullen or any of these other people that you're talking about?
Which investigation? There were, I believe, 28 of them.
January 10th, 2015, January 11th, up till when you left the office.
I was not the primary investigator on the January 10th murder of Donovan Thomas. That was Investigator Thorpe.
Right. You got
So I did not receive any phone records or anything regarding Mr. Williams and who he contacted.
I believe I asked you, and just tell me if I got this inaccurate, but I believe I asked you the night that Donovan Thomas was killed, and you're speaking with Mr. Zachary in the Jeffrey Williams home, whether when people were allegedly saying what they knew or involved, supposed involvement on the killing of Donovan Thomas, whether Jeffrey Williams was already gone from his sky house. Remember those questions I asked you?
Yes, I believe you already asked me that.
And I have that you didn't answer that. Was he already gone according to Mr. Zachary?
I believe I did answer that.
And am I correct? He already left according to Mr. Zachary, when those conversations were occurring?
I believe that was asked and answered, and I believe that the video is the best evidence. Subjection.
All right, I can't really hear you without the mic. Sorry.
I believe that I object, asked and answered, best evidence. Asked and answered just a moment ago.
I don't think it was answered.
Go ahead.
The actual question. Is it true that Mr. Zachary said Jeffrey Williams was already gone from his apartment?
I believe I stated I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
How do you not know?
Do you remember the April 26, 2015 tour bus shootings incident I'm talking about, okay? Do you remember during this interview with Mr. Zachary that Detective Dennis, you and Mr. Zachary were talking about whether Jeffrey Williams was called on FaceTime during that night?
Yes.
And do you remember Mr. Zachary saying that Jeffrey Williams did not answer?
Yes.
Do you remember Mr. Zachary explaining that Jeffrey Williams looks up to Lil Wayne or Dwayne Carter, the performer?
I believe you already asked me that.
And it's the answer yes?
I've already answered that, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so you answer the question unless there's an objection, and
Your Honor, there is.
it's not up to you to decide what to answer and what not to. Yes, ma'am.
The objection was asked, answered, and just before we went on break, and best evidence, it was also played in the video.
Sustained.
Your Honor, thank you very much.
Okay. Any questions from any of the other defense attorneys? Nope. Okay. Is there redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Sergeant Gaither, thank you. Is she released now, or are we going to see her back again too? All right. Thank you. We can probably get a little more testimony in. Can you call your next week?
All right. I didn't catch if they are recalling Gaither, but yeah. I wouldn't mind having her back, actually, because every time we get a little bit more information about how completely useless she was as an investigator. Now, I got a timestamp here for something interesting. What does it say? Minus 523.56. We are supposed to watch what is going on between Miss Love and Mr. Atkins. I'm going to play this in normal speed.
Discovery 1 of 3. What was this? What was this?
Anybody from the defense that wants to go ahead and take this file and look at it, you're welcome to.
And just for the record,
Sir,
I've been informed April 29th was when Gaither, Lieutenant Gaither testified previously.
April 29th of this year. Okay.
8,
All right. Go ahead.
8/2/22.
Okay, I did not see anything on that timestamp. Okay. I can't see it here. Minus 523.56. Let's go back a minute.
Or otherwise, whether the contents of that file, whether labeled at the time as belonging to Sergeant Gaither or not, were served back in 2022.
It appears that.
Can I ask again for the date of service of that?
At this timestamp, they already have that file, so it must have happened before that. before they handed over the file to the judge. Must be right after the break.
Witness gets back.
You,
Yeah, that would be Mr. Atkins removing papers from that file.
Your Honor?
You're just going to put it back in the condition it was in just a minute ago and then permit them to look at it.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
And he puts his phone and
Before
pen
we
over the paper.
Ask Investigator Gaither any questions. I would ask the court to inquire of the state when they received this file and how they received this file, because we're completely in the blind.
Okay.
We went over to the Atlanta Police Department,
When?
obviously before.
Is your mic on?
Yeah, it seems like Mr. Atkins removed papers from that stack of papers. Now, it might be that those are the notes that they kept with the file because of what they plan to question. So, but I assume if it is, the defense will bring it up when they can, if they believe something actually happened. All right, let's get back to. Apparently, they have another
You're next.
witness. FBI agent James Barnes, but he's just there to testify about phone records. And I haven't seen anybody report on anything interesting about that. And it's Mr. Atkins questioning him. And there are some demonstratives. There is, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, nothing of interest until tomorrow. That brings us to the end of today's stream, folks. Me and my Bucky's onesie, which apparently from now on is the reward if a stream goes over $100 in gifted memberships, super chats, and PayPal. I'm good with that. Okay, folks. Again, I say this every time, but thank you. Thank you for allowing me to do this. Thank you for allowing me to try to translate this trial. Try to make it a little bit more entertaining and understandable. Thank you. And, well, as I always say, hug your family. Unless your family's crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. Okay? Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the gifted memberships. And thank you for the sponsoring via PayPal. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow I will probably start late, 5:30 p.m. because I have work to do. But until then, you all have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Adrian in the courthouse feeling fire. Every word she utters smells like a tire. Her arguments hit like a flat balloon. Manure tornado in the courtroom noon. Her voice a chainsaw cutting through the air. But the logic's missing, nothing's really there. Whirling out of circles, losing grip. Every point she makes is just a slip. Manure tornado spreading wide. All her arguments turn to hide. Courtroom laughter when she's done. Prosecutor Adrian ain't one.